dinosaurs ever appeared, Earth belonged.
What if we're not the first civilization to reach this level?
I've never reviewed Dragon Ball.
A handful of
Somewhere right now in the dark.
For 20,000.
In the void, a
Have you ever wondered if there is more to this day?
Not just big animals, but true titans. Dinosaurs.
welcome, dear.
So massive, their bones stretched longer than buses, their footprints could hold a child. They walked through ancient forests, drank from mighty rivers, and shook the ground with every step.
Across forgotten landscapes, abandoned ruins, and vanished civilizations, unsettling questions still linger in the shadows. How did entire
Chicago during lunch break. Tokyo at sunrise, London at midnight, Chicago during lunch break, all watching the same video at the same moment across completely different realities. Of wind across sand that has been here far longer than any human memory. A mattock swings down into dry Egyptian. A mattock swings down into dry Egyptian.
When we picture the end of the world, we often imagine
Before we begin, a quick and heartfelt thank you to Shane for suggesting this one. This entire story exists tonight because you took a moment to share the idea, and I am grateful for it. Now, settle in. Let your shoulders sink into the mattress. Let your breathing slow. Tonight we're travelling far from the warmth of your bed, out past the blue edge of our atmosphere, past the silver face of our own moon, across the long, cold dark of space to a small red world and the strange lump of rock that circles it. This is a story about that rock. It is a story about the men and women who studied it, the questions they were afraid to ask out loud, and the answer they may have found waiting in the silence. Everything you are about to hear is a work of fiction, a conspiracy thriller woven around real history. The Soviet Phobos missions were real. The scientists you will hear about are invented, but the events that inspired them actually happened. The official explanation, the one printed in every textbook, is that these missions failed because of ordinary technical problems. Keep that in mind as we go. Hold it gently. Hello there. and welcome to Just About Earth, where curiosity gets cozy and the planet tells its oldest stories in a voice just soft enough for sleep. Tonight, we are drifting into a question that feels quiet at first, almost like the beginning of a dream, but the longer we sit with it, the stranger it becomes. How long would it take for Earth to erase every trace of us if all humans vanished? Not moved away, not hiding, not slowly fading from history. Just gone. Every person, everywhere, disappearing in the same impossible instant, leaving behind the cups half full on kitchen tables, the lights glowing in office towers, the cars parked at red signals, the laundry still turning in machines, the phones still waiting for thumbs that never return. A whole planet suddenly emptied of the one species that spent thousands of years scratching its name into stone, steel, glass, concrete, plastic, satellites, books, bones, and memory. It is an odd thing to imagine, isn't it? The world not ending with fire or thunder, but with absence. No final announcement, no dramatic curtain, just the low hum of refrigerators, the distant buzz of streetlights, the last automatic doors opening for no one, and the wind moving through cities that have forgotten why they were built. We're so used to thinking of ourselves as permanent because our lives are surrounded by permanent-looking things. Buildings seem solid, bridges seem confident, roads seem like they belong to the land. A city skyline at night looks almost eternal, glowing like a second constellation made by human hands. But Earth has a very patient way of reminding us that almost nothing on its surface is truly permanent. It does not need anger to undo us. It does not need revenge. It only needs weather, roots, rust, water, sunlight, bacteria, and time. Before we wander into this empty future, I would love to know where in the world you are listening from tonight. Are you in a busy city where the streets outside still have traffic and voices, or somewhere quiet where the night already feels half reclaimed by trees and insects? And what time is it where you are right now? It is a fitting question, I think, because tonight's story is really about time, but not the kind counted by clocks. It is about the time of rain on concrete, the time of vines finding windows, the time of rivers forgetting bridges, the time it takes a planet to smooth away fingerprints that once seemed impossible to miss. And if you find this kind of gentle, wondering, soothing, if strange questions about Earth make the night feel a little calmer, I would be grateful if you liked the video, subscribed, or simply stayed a while. It helps this little corner of calm reach others who might also enjoy drifting through science, nature, mystery, and the slow stories written into the ground beneath us. I do hope this thought experiment does not keep you too awake. But if it does, well, at least you will be lying there with the comforting knowledge that grass, given enough time, can defeat a shopping mall. So, settle in, soften your shoulders, and let the noise of the day begin to loosen. Tonight, we're going to imagine the morning after humanity disappears. Not as a horror story and not as a prophecy, but as a way of understanding what we have built, what we have changed, and what Earth can do when no one is left to hold back the green, wet, patient world pressing at the edges. At first, almost nothing would look different. That may be the strangest part. If humans vanished in an instant, the first few minutes would not bring falling skyscrapers or forests bursting through roads. The world would continue almost politely. Elevators would keep moving until their programmed stops. Traffic lights would still change from red to green to amber, keeping order for empty roads. Digital billboards would still glow above silent streets. Coffee machines might finish brewing. Trains might continue along their routes until power failed or automated systems halted them. A television in a living room would keep speaking to a sofa with no one on it. Somewhere, a sprinkler would rise from a lawn and water grass that no one would ever mow again. The first trace of our disappearance would not be destruction. It would be stillness. Human life is loud in ways we barely notice while we are inside it. Engines, footsteps, doors, voices, heating systems, aircraft, sirens, construction, music leaking from headphones, the murmur of restaurants, the low electrical breath of cities at night. Remove us, and the silence would arrive unevenly. Not everywhere at once, because our machines would continue briefly, like echoes after a song ends. But gradually the world would become quieter than it has been for centuries. Birds would notice before buildings did. So would dogs, cats, rats, pigeons, foxes, deer, insects, and all the small urban citizens that have spent generations learning our habits. Animals understand human routines better than we often realize. They know when bins are collected, when restaurants close, when commuters leave crumbs, when parks become quiet, when streets become dangerous, when windows glow. The sudden absence of people would be confusing at first, but not for long. Nature is not sentimental about opportunity. A fox does not hold a meeting before crossing an empty road. A pigeon does not wait for permission to inspect a silent train station. A weed does not ask whether the pavement is still in use. And yet, for the first day, the world would still look mostly human. Cities would remain standing. Airports would remain shaped like airports. Harbours would hold their ships. Houses would still have beds, books, dishes, photographs, toys, and all the small evidence of interrupted lives. Our absence would be felt most clearly in the unfinished gestures. A chair pushed back from a desk, a meal cooling on a table, a shower still dripping, a dog waiting by a door that never opens. It would be the planet's largest pause. But Earth does not pause for long. The processes that would erase us are already happening now. We usually don't think of them as powerful because we constantly interrupt them. We repaint walls, patch roofs, clear drains, cut grass, repair bridges, pump water, replace wires, sweep dust, kill mold, pull weeds, inspect dams, service machines. We are, in a way, always arguing with decay. Every city is a negotiation with weather. Every home is a small rebellion against moisture, gravity, insects, fire, frost, and plant life. Every road is a promise we have to keep renewing. If all humans vanished, that negotiation would end immediately, and Earth would simply continue the conversation without us. Rain would become one of the first great editors of the human world. Rain is soft enough to sleep through, but over time it is one of the most persistent forces on the planet. It slips into cracks, gathers in gutters, pools on flat roofs, soaks into walls, freezes, expands, melts, carries minerals, feeds moss, and invites roots. A building does not need to be attacked to fail. It only needs one small leak that nobody fixes. A roof tile shifts. A seal breaks around a window. A drain clogs with leaves. Water finds the opening, and from that moment the building begins to belong to biology. In the first days and weeks, the most vulnerable places would be the ones that already require constant care. Underground systems would be especially fragile. Subways, tunnels, basements, sewers, underground malls, service corridors, storage rooms, and lower floors near rivers all depend on pumps, drainage, and maintenance. We tend to forget how much of modern life is spent keeping water out of places water would naturally like to enter. In many cities, underground spaces are not dry because Earth respects them. They are dry because pumps are working. Stop the pumps, and water begins making decisions. Some places would flood quickly, others would take longer. It would depend on rainfall, groundwater, tides, nearby rivers, and the design of each system. But eventually, many underground human spaces would darken, fill, and become strange hidden ponds beneath the city. Platforms where people once waited for trains would collect water and silt. Rats and insects would explore the edges. Mold would bloom on signs. Metal rails would rust. Tile walls would stain. The maps on the walls would still insist that lines continued from station to station, but the routes would be broken, submerged, and increasingly irrelevant. The city below the city would become a cave system built by engineers and inherited by water. Above ground, the first major changes would not always be dramatic. The lawn grows, the garden untidies itself, leaves gather in corners, dust settles indoors, refrigerators stop and food rots, freezers thaw, fruit collapses into soft sugar and mold, bread becomes blue and green, milk sours, kitchens fill with the smell of bacteria doing what bacteria have always done, which is to return complicated things to simpler things. The human world would begin to decompose from the inside outward, not because anything wants to destroy it, but because almost everything we own is temporary unless someone keeps caring for it. Pets and farm animals would face the earliest and most uneven consequences. Some dogs would escape, some would not. Cats, being cats, would have a better chance in many places, though not all. Livestock trapped in barns, sheds, feedlots, and industrial farms would suffer quickly without human feeding systems, open gates, and water management. It is not the softest part of the thought experiment, but it matters because it reminds us that human civilization is not only buildings and machines, it is an enormous network of dependent lives. Remove us, and some animals would be freed into a wilder world, while others would be left inside systems designed around daily human control. In cities, animals already living alongside us would adapt fast. Rats would lose some food sources but find others in the first wave of rotten garbage. Gulls, crows, pigeons, foxes, raccoons, coyotes, stray cats, and feral dogs in different parts of the world would move through spaces that had once belonged mostly to traffic and people. At first, human leftovers would provide a strange feast. Supermarkets would become temporary treasure houses for any animal that could enter them. Packaging would slow some creatures down, but not all. A raccoon faced with a sealed snack is not helpless. It is merely challenged. The air would begin changing too, though not instantly in the dramatic way people sometimes imagine. If humans vanished, cars would stop being driven, factories would stop being operated, planes would no longer cross the sky, ships would drift or halt, and countless combustion processes would end. Some fires and industrial accidents might release pollution in the short term, especially where systems fail without supervision. But the daily human output of smoke, exhaust, and industrial emissions would fall sharply. The skies over some cities might clear in days or weeks. The constant haze of activity would thin. Distant mountains that had been hidden behind smog might reappear, as if the horizon had quietly remembered itself. But the atmosphere is not a chalkboard that can be wiped clean in one motion. The gases we have released would remain for a long time, depending on what they are and how they move through Earth's systems. Carbon dioxide would not simply vanish because we did. Methane would fade faster. Some pollutants would wash out or chemically break down. Others would settle into soil, water, and living tissues. Earth could heal many wounds, but healing is not the same as forgetting immediately. Even in the silence after us, our industrial age would remain in the chemistry of air and sea. Still, the mood of the planet's surface would change quickly. Imagine dawn over a major city a week after people vanish. The sun rises exactly as before. It lights the glass faces of office towers. It catches on windows, metal railings, and the roofs of parked cars. But no morning traffic begins. No buses hiss at stops. No shop shutters rise. No footsteps hurry across crossings. Traffic lights still blink if power remains, performing their little ceremony for no one. In the parks, birds call into a larger silence than they have ever known. A deer steps cautiously onto an avenue. A fox pauses outside a cafe. Somewhere a house alarm gives up after calling for attention that will never come. This is where the question begins to deepen. How long until Earth erases every trace of us? The answer depends on what we mean by trace. A footprint in mud may vanish with the next rain. A wooden house may collapse in decades or centuries depending on climate. A steel bridge may rust and fail if no one repaints and repairs it. A stone monument may last thousands of years. Plastic fragments may persist far longer in some forms, though they too will break, scatter, bury, and transform. Radioactive waste, buried structures, changes in sediment, fossilized bones, altered minerals, and chemical signatures may last for immense stretches of time. Earth might erase our cities from view, but not necessarily erase every sign that we were ever here. And that is the strange comfort and discomfort of this story. We are both fragile and stubborn. Our bodies would disappear quickly in geological terms. Our voices would vanish immediately. Our languages would be unread without readers. Our digital worlds would go dark when power failed and storage decayed. But some of our materials, our rearranged metals, our plastics, our concrete, our mines, our tunnels, our altered rivers, our buried waste, and our thin layer of industrial chemistry in the ground might remain as faint evidence for a very long time. Earth would not remember us as we remember ourselves. It would not preserve our songs, jokes, passwords, recipes, arguments, or favourite chairs. It would keep the hard residues, the buried clues, the chemical fingerprints, the unnatural concentrations of things we dug up, burned, melted, shaped, and scattered. This is where the story becomes less like a disaster film and more like archaeology in reverse. Instead of us digging into the past to find lost civilizations, we're imagining a future Earth covering us over. The question is not only what disappears, but what gets buried. A city might crumble, then become a hill. A landfill might become a strange vein of plastic and metal. A subway tunnel might fill with sediment and later appear as a dark line inside rock. A nuclear site might leave an unusual signature. A highway might vanish beneath forest, yet still influence drainage and soil for a long while. A future observer, if one ever existed, might not find our world laid out neatly like a museum. They would find fragments, odd layers, chemical hints, objects out of place. A sudden burst of chicken bones, concrete dust, aluminum, glass, rare metals, and plastic particles in the sediments of a brief and noisy age. But long before any future geologist could read those traces, the empty world would pass through its first hours. That is where we must begin. Not with the million-year mark, not with continents shifting and oceans rising over our ruins, but with the first silence after the last human sound. Because the erasure of humanity would not begin with mountains grinding down monuments. It would begin with small failures, a pump stopping, a light flickering out, a door left open, a seed landing in a gutter, a vine touching brick, a cat slipping through a broken window, a storm arriving on schedule, completely unaware that the species who named it is no longer here. The first evening would fall over a planet still full of human shapes. Cities would glow if their grid still held. Satellites would continue moving overhead, silent and obedient, crossing the night like artificial stars. Clocks would tick, refrigerators would hum, servers would blink in windowless rooms, machines would carry out instructions for owners who had disappeared. For a while, the world would look as if people had only stepped away, as if we might return after a long lunch, apologizing for the mess. But the longer the night went on, the more obvious the absence would become. No one would answer ringing phones. No one would land the planes already in the sky. No one would guide ships safely through crowded waters. No one would respond to alarms, leaks, fires, failures, collisions, or storms. Human civilization is not a finished object sitting on Earth. It is an action. It has to be performed constantly. It has to be checked, corrected, cleaned, powered, cooled, guarded, and repaired. Once the performers vanish, the stage remains for a while, beautifully lit and full of props, but the play has already ended. And outside that stage, waiting without impatience, are the old forces: wind against glass, water under doors, roots below pavement, bacteria in food, fungi in walls, rust on metal, sunlight fading paint, frost widening cracks, dust entering rooms through the smallest gaps, seeds travelling in the fur of animals and the bellies of birds. The world would not rush. It would not need to. Earth has never been in a hurry. It took millions of years to raise mountains and longer to wear them down. You can spend a century opening a road. You can spend 1,000 years swallowing a city. You can spend 10,000 years turning our grandest structures into shapes no one would recognize. For now, though, we're still close to the beginning. The kettle has only just stopped boiling. The traffic lights are still blinking. The last elevators are still waiting between floors. Somewhere, a radio keeps playing into an empty kitchen, cheerful and absurd as dust begins its quiet work. The first great change is not collapse. It is the discovery that without us, everything we built is suddenly unattended, and the Earth, after a very long interruption, is free to enter through every unlocked door. By the time the first full day arrives without us, the cities of the world would still look almost normal from a distance. A skyline would still be a skyline. Towers would still catch the morning light. Bridges would still cross rivers. Roads would still draw their dark lines through neighborhoods, deserts, forests, coastlines, and fields. If a camera could hover silently above New York, London, Tokyo, Cairo, Sao Paulo, Mumbai, Lagos, Paris, Beijing, or any other great human hive, it might take a moment to understand that something impossible had happened. The buildings are there, the streets are there, the windows are there, the shape of civilization remains. But the motion that made it alive has stopped. That is what would feel most wrong at first. Not ruin, but order without purpose. Traffic lights would continue changing for empty intersections. Walk signs would blink at crossings where no one waits. Automatic doors might still open when a loose newspaper blows near a sensor. Escalators would hum in shopping centres until the power fails or a safety system stops them. Elevators would rest between floors or open onto silent lobbies. Office printers might sit with unfinished pages in their trays. Air conditioning systems would continue cooling rooms where meetings will never happen. Vending machines would glow in hallways. Digital clocks would keep counting forward, because clocks are very good at ignoring tragedy. The first silence would not be absolute. Modern cities are full of machines that do not need a human hand every second. Fans, pumps, refrigerators, servers, alarms, traffic systems, electrical relays, backup generators, battery systems, and automated announcements would keep going for a while. A train station might continue repeating instructions about unattended luggage, which under the circumstances would be almost darkly funny, because everything is unattended now. Airport screens would still list departures no one will board. Some aircraft already in the air at the moment of disappearance would not land safely. Some would fly on autopilot until fuel ran low. Ships would continue moving through sea lanes. Cars in motion would become one of the earliest and most chaotic signs of sudden absence, rolling forward until they hit something, drift off roads, or coast to a stop. But after that first wave of accidents and failures, an unusual quiet would begin settling over the built world. Cities are not naturally loud places. They are loud because we make them loud. We add engines, brakes, horns, conversations, music, delivery trucks, construction tools, sirens, aircraft, footsteps, subway rumbles, restaurant kitchens, school bells, buses, and the constant layered murmur of millions of small actions. Without us, the hard surfaces would remain, and sound would travel differently through them. A bottle rolling across pavement might be heard from farther away than it ever could before. A shop sign creaking in the wind might become a major voice in the street. Birds would sound louder, not because they have changed, but because the competition has disappeared. The city would become an enormous instrument, but no longer one played by people. Wind would play it. Rain would play it. Animals would play it. Loose wires, swinging doors, falling glass, and dripping water would join in later. For the first several hours, many places would still have electricity. Power grids are complicated systems, and they do not all fail in the same way at the same speed. Some power plants need constant supervision. Some have automatic shutdown systems. Some renewable sources might continue feeding electricity into parts of the grid until balance problems, equipment faults, or protective systems interrupt the flow. In certain areas, the lights might go out quickly. In others, parts of the grid might hold for a little while. But a modern electrical grid is not just a giant battery that calmly runs down. It is a living balancing act, matching supply and demand moment by moment. Without operators, maintenance crews, fuel deliveries, control decisions, and repairs, the system would become unstable. So the first night would be uneven. Some cities might still glow, others would fall dark one district at a time. A few towers might stay lit by emergency systems. Streetlights might shine down on motionless roads. Red lights would reflect on wet pavement, even though no drivers are watching them. Apartment windows would glow in scattered patterns, some warm and domestic, some fluorescent and empty, some already black. From orbit, the human night map would begin to flicker. The great electric signature of our species, that web of light across continents, would not vanish all at once. It would stutter. It would break into islands. Then, slowly, more and more of the planet would return to natural darkness. Inside buildings, the absence would become more intimate. A city from above is an arrangement of structures, but a city inside is millions of private worlds, bedrooms with unmade beds, bathrooms with mirrors still fogged from showers, offices with half-written notes, classrooms with chairs pushed under desks, restaurants with food laid out for a lunch rush that will never come, hospitals with machines alarming beside empty corridors. The ordinary objects would be the most haunting, because they would show that people did not leave in an orderly way. They did not pack. They did not say goodbye. They did not turn things off. Civilization would look interrupted, not abandoned. In supermarkets, the first changes would happen quickly. Refrigerated food depends on a cold chain, and the cold chain depends on electricity. When cooling fails, meat, fish, dairy, vegetables, fruit, and prepared meals begin moving through the familiar stages of decay. Bacteria multiply, packages swell, liquids leak, odors build, fruit flies arrive if they can. Rats, mice, cockroaches, beetles, ants, and any animal able to enter would discover that human food stores have become open ecological events. For a while, a city without people would offer an enormous supply of calories. Bread, grain, pet food, restaurant stores, warehouses, markets, kitchens, and garbage bins would feed the first wave of survivors. But it would not last as long as it seems. Much of our food is protected by packaging, refrigeration, sealed buildings, and supply systems. Without new deliveries, the edible abundance would quickly become rotten, inaccessible, or consumed. Some animals would benefit greatly in the short term, others would struggle. The urban ecosystem has been shaped around our wastefulness. Remove the daily flow of discarded food, and creatures that depend heavily on us would face a sharp adjustment. Rats might boom briefly around stores and waste sites, then crash when easy food runs out. Pigeons in city centres might spread outward. Foxes, coyotes, raccoons, monkeys, stray dogs, feral cats, and other adaptable animals, depending on the region, would begin testing the new rules. The roads would become safer for some animals almost immediately. For generations, many wild creatures have treated roads as dangerous rivers of metal. Suddenly, those rivers stopped flowing. Deer could cross highways without the constant threat of traffic. Hedgehogs, badgers, frogs, snakes, turtles, foxes, and countless insects would move over surfaces that were once deadly. In places where roads cut migration routes, the absence of vehicles would be one of the first small openings in the landscape. But roads would not become natural right away. They would remain hot, hard, exposed strips of asphalt and concrete. They would still divide habitats, shed chemicals, collect water, and shape animal movement. Earth does not erase a highway overnight just because the cars have gone quiet. Some animals would enter cities with surprising confidence. In many parts of the world, wildlife already lives at the edge of human settlement, waiting for night, learning our schedules, taking advantage of our mistakes. When the schedules disappear, the boundaries loosen. Deer might graze in suburban gardens within days. Wild boar might nose through parks and roundabouts. Coyotes could trot along boulevards. Monkeys in some cities might raid buildings with no one to chase them away. Bears might enter towns where food smells remain. In coastal places, seabirds would explore harbours and fish markets. Insects would be everywhere, though we might notice them less because they do not make grand entrances. They simply arrive, multiply, and begin the quiet work of breaking things down. Domestic animals would create a different, more uneven story. Cats would be among the quickest to form new patterns. Many are already skilled hunters, and even house cats can become predators if they escape and survive. Their impact on birds, small mammals, reptiles, and insects could be significant, especially in areas where native species did not evolve with such predators. Dogs would have more varied outcomes. Some breeds are well suited to survival. Others have bodies shaped so strongly by human preference that they would struggle without care. Packs might form in some places. In others, hunger, injury, disease, and competition would reduce their numbers. The city without humans would not become peaceful in the simple sense. It would become less human, and nature is not the same thing as gentleness. Zoos would become tragic and strange. Many animals would be trapped behind barriers designed for public safety and controlled care. Some might escape if gates fail, fences break, or enclosures are damaged by weather and time. Others would not. Large carnivores, primates, elephants, reptiles, birds, and aquarium animals would face very different chances depending on enclosure design, climate, food availability, and how quickly systems fail. A tropical animal in a cold city would not have the same future as a deer in a park. An aquarium without pumps, oxygen systems, and feeding would fail quickly. The human world contains many artificial habitats that look stable only because people maintain them constantly. Hospitals, laboratories, and industrial sites would be among the most dangerous early places. Without staff, cooling systems, containment systems, and monitoring, certain chemicals, biological samples, fuels, and pressurized materials could become hazards. Most would not create dramatic continent-wide disasters, but local accidents would happen. Fires could start from electrical faults, unattended equipment, gas leaks, lightning, or collisions. Some fires would burn out. Others, especially in dry seasons or dense urban areas, could spread. Modern cities contain many fire breaks, but they also contain plastics, fabrics, paper, fuels, chemicals, wooden interiors, and connected structures. Firefighters are part of the hidden maintenance system of civilization. Without them, a small fire has a much better chance of becoming a large one, and yet many cities would not burn completely. This is important, because the empty world is often imagined as instant apocalypse. In reality, some places would suffer early disasters, while others would sit quietly, waiting for slower forces. A brick apartment building in a damp climate might stand for a long time before serious failure. A wooden house in a humid region might decay rapidly. A desert city might preserve surfaces longer because dryness slows rot, though heat, ultraviolet light, and wind-blown sand would do their own work. A coastal city would face salt storms, tides, and rising water. And rising. A northern city would face freeze and thaw. A tropical city would be invaded quickly by plants, insects, fungi, and moisture. There would not be one timeline for the human world. There would be many. Within the first few days, the smell of cities would change. This is not a detail often shown in ruins, but it would matter. The usual city smell is a mixture of exhaust, food, warm asphalt, people, drains, dust, plants, rain, cleaning products, industry, and waste. Without us, exhaust fades, fresh cooking stops, garbage begins to rot, sewage systems lose flow and management, dead animals from accidents, confinement, or hunger begin to decompose, Flooded basements develop a damp mineral smell. Mold begins in closed rooms. In warm climates, the transformation would be fast and heavy. In cold climates, it might be delayed, then arrive with thaw. The city would become less like a machine and more like an ecosystem digesting a machine. The water system would be one of the earliest great failures. Clean water does not simply appear at taps because pipes exist. It has to be pumped, treated, pressurized, monitored, and repaired. Without power and operators, pressure would fall. Some taps might run briefly, then slow, then stop. Water towers could empty. Treatment plants would fail. Sewage pumping stations would shut down. Wastewater would back up in some places and overflow in others. Rivers that received treated water would instead receive untreated water until flows changed. Storm drains would clog with leaves, debris, and sediment. The underground veins of the city would begin to lose their artificial rhythm. In homes and apartments, the lack of water pressure would leave pipes still full in places, then stagnant. In cold climates, winter would eventually freeze and burst pipes in unheated buildings. In warmer climates, corrosion, pressure changes, and biological growth would take over more slowly. A bathroom sink might remain perfectly still for months, then begin staining as minerals and rust appear. A ceiling might collapse after a pipe breaks above it. Wallpaper might peel. Flooring might warp. A building can look strong from the outside while water quietly ruins it from within. This is one of Earth's favourite methods. It does not knock loudly. It enters through a seam. The first silence would also reach places that never sleep while we are here. Ports would become still forests of cranes. Container ships might drift, collide, ground, or sit anchored until storms move them. Shipping containers stacked in yards would remain like bright blocks for a time, filled with goods that no one will unload. Some contain food, some contain electronics, some contain chemicals, some contain clothes, toys, furniture, machinery, parts, and ordinary objects that took a global network to produce and move. Without people, a port becomes a museum of interrupted exchange. It shows how much of civilization depends not only on making things, but on moving them constantly. Airports would become some of the quietest large spaces. Runways are built for motion, and without motion they become wide, empty plains of paint, rubber marks, and waiting lights. Birds would return quickly. Grass beside runways would grow taller. Small mammals would cross open spaces. Terminal buildings would stay eerily intact at first, full of luggage, screens, security lanes, shops, seats, and signs explaining where people should go. But no one is going anywhere now. The entire idea of departure has ended, at least for humans. The escalators may stop, the baggage belts may freeze, the announcements may fall silent. Then the airport becomes a shelter, a hunting ground, a nesting place, and eventually a ruin with unusually long, flat clearings. Schools would become quiet in a way that feels different from offices or malls. Classrooms are made around expectation. Desks face forward. Boards hold lessons. Walls carry maps, alphabets, drawings, science posters, schedules, names. A school without children would remain recognizable for a long time, but the meaning would drain out quickly. Dust would gather on books. Plants might grow in playground cracks. Rain would enter through damaged roofs. Animals might nest in gymnasiums. The chairs would remain small. That smallness would say more than almost anything else about what had vanished. Museums and libraries would become some of the most concentrated storehouses of human memory, and also some of the most fragile. We often imagine knowledge as permanent once it is written down, but books, paper, film, magnetic storage, hard drives, servers, paintings, fabrics, and specimens all require stable environments. Humidity, heat, insects, mold, fire, and sunlight are patient enemies of archives. Some stone tablets and fired ceramics can survive for thousands of years. A modern hard drive may not. A printed book might last centuries in a dry, protected place, or rot quickly in damp heat. Digital knowledge, despite seeming weightless, is deeply dependent on energy and maintenance. Without power, cooling, replacement parts, and readers, much of our recorded world would become silent very quickly. This is one of the great ironies of our age. We have produced more information than any civilization before us, but much of it is stored in forms that need a living technological system to remain accessible. A clay tablet from ancient Mesopotamia can be read after thousands of years if someone knows the language. A server farm holding billions of messages, images, and documents becomes useless once power ends, hardware corrodes, and formats are forgotten. The empty city would still contain our data, but locked inside dead devices, like thoughts inside a sleeping brain that never wakes. Meanwhile, above the streets, weather would continue doing ordinary weather things with extraordinary consequences. A storm passing over an empty city would be the first real test of many buildings. Gutters would clog, loose roof materials would shift, windows already cracked by accident or age would break. Rain would blow into rooms. Wind would scatter signs, papers, branches, and debris. Lightning might start fires. Floodwater might enter under doors and through subway grates. No one would place sandbags. No one would clear drains. No one would call emergency services. Each city is used to being defended from weather. Without its defenders, every storm becomes a small invasion. By the end of the first week, the world would not yet be a ruin. That is worth remembering. The great works of humanity would still stand, and many would look almost unchanged from afar. The pyramids would still rise from the Egyptian desert. The Great Wall would still cross ridges and hills. Dams would still hold back reservoirs, though some would already be entering a dangerous future. Skyscrapers would still stand over financial districts. Suburbs would still spread in neat patterns. Highways would still connect places that no one needs to reach. The human shape of the planet would remain unmistakable, but the control would be gone. That is the real change. Our world is not erased first by falling. It is erased first by losing command. The doors are no longer locked with purpose. The power is no longer guaranteed. The water is no longer managed. The animals are no longer kept out. The grass is no longer cut. The fires are no longer fought. The leaks are no longer repaired. The machines are no longer understood by anyone present. The city still exists, but it has stopped being a human tool and started becoming material. And material belongs to earth. Steel belongs to oxygen and water. Wood belongs to fungi, insects, and fire. Stone belongs to frost, roots, and wind. Glass belongs to impact and sand. Plastic belongs to sunlight, abrasion, and slow fragmentation. Concrete belongs to cracks, moisture, salts, and the chemistry of decay. The first silence is not empty at all. It is crowded with processes. It is filled with things beginning. One could imagine standing in the middle of a silent avenue after that first week, though of course there would be no one to stand there and notice. The traffic lights may be dark now, the shops closed, the air clearer. The first weeds are not yet a forest, just small green decisions at the edge of the pavement. A few animals move openly where crowds once passed. Somewhere inside a tower, water drips from a ceiling tile. Somewhere below the street, a tunnel pump has stopped, and a shallow pool begins to spread along the tracks. Somewhere in a house, a seed has landed in a gutter full of wet leaves. It does not look like much. It never does at the start. But that seed, that drip, that rust spot, that tiny crack widening with the next cold night, those are the first quiet signatures of the world continuing without its makers, and soon the systems we trusted most would begin to show how much effort it took to keep the modern world standing. The first few days without people would reveal something we rarely stop to notice while we are here. The modern world is not really still. Even when a city seems asleep, it is being held together by 1,000 quiet acts of maintenance. Water is being pushed through pipes. Waste is being carried away. Electricity is being balanced across wires. Servers are being cooled. Signals are being routed. Pumps are keeping tunnels dry. Valves are opening and closing. Generators are waiting. Alarms are listening. Somewhere a worker is checking a gauge, replacing a part, clearing a blockage, tightening a bolt, or simply noticing that something sounds wrong. Civilization, for all its concrete and steel, is less like a statue and more like a very large, very complicated animal that must keep breathing. Remove the people, and the breathing begins to falter. At first, many systems would continue out of habit, or at least the mechanical version of habit. Machines do not understand abandonment. They only respond to conditions. A thermostat senses heat and calls for cooling. A pump senses water and begins moving it. A backup generator notices a power loss and tries to start. A server fan spins faster because a room is warming. A traffic signal cycles because electricity still reaches it. There is something almost touching about this. The machines would keep trying to serve a world that no longer gives them instructions. They would be loyal in the short term, but loyalty does not replace repair. The electrical grid would be one of the first great tests. We usually think of electricity as something that comes from the wall, as if the wall is simply full of it, waiting politely behind the socket. But the grid is not a stored lake of power. It is a balance made fresh every moment between generation and demand. Power plants, transformers, transmission lines, substations, switching systems, sensors, control rooms, maintenance crews, and fuel supply chains all have to work together. If too much power is produced, equipment can be damaged. If too little is produced, the grid sags and fails. If a line goes down, power must be rerouted. If demand shifts, generation must respond. It is a constant conversation, and it is one of the most impressive conversations humans have ever built, even if most of us only notice it when our phone battery reaches 1% and panic enters the room. Without operators, that conversation would break into fragments. Some systems would shut themselves down automatically when they detect instability. Others would trip offline to protect equipment. Power plants that require fuel deliveries would eventually run short. Plants that require human monitoring would stop safely in some places and less neatly in others. Renewable systems, such as wind and solar, might continue producing electricity for a while, where the equipment remains connected and the grid can accept it. But even these do not solve the deeper problem. Electricity must go somewhere. It must be shaped, transformed, balanced, and protected. A solar panel may sit in bright sunlight quite happily, but the broader network around it is another matter. The grid is not just energy, it is coordination. In some regions, blackouts might arrive within hours. In others, parts of the system might last longer, especially where automatic controls can isolate sections and keep them stable for a while. But sooner or later, the human night would go dark. Not in one grand global flicker, but in patches, like a set of candles being pinched out across a map. One neighborhood goes first, then another. A skyline loses its crown of lights. A train line falls silent. A hospital switches to backup, then eventually loses that too. A data center continues on generators for as long as fuel and cooling allow, then becomes a warm room full of silent machines. The internet, that enormous invisible nervous system we imagine as cloud-like and weightless, would begin to fail from the ground up. Routers, exchanges, cables, servers, cooling systems, satellites, and power supplies all depend on maintenance. The cloud, as it turns out, has a lot of very physical rooms full of very physical heat. When electricity disappears, cities change character quickly. Elevators stop being transportation and become sealed boxes. Refrigerators become cupboards with ambitions they can no longer fulfill. Security systems fall silent. Automatic doors stay open or closed depending on their final mood. Streetlights stop keeping night at a polite distance. Underground spaces lose ventilation. Air conditioning fails. Heating fails. In cold regions, buildings begin to freeze from the inside during winter. In hot regions, sealed towers become greenhouses of stale heat. Modern architecture often assumes that mechanical systems will continue making interiors comfortable. Without them, many buildings are suddenly badly matched to their climate. A glass office tower can be an elegant thing while cooled and managed. Without that, it becomes a tall container for heat, condensation, and trapped air, which is a less glamorous job title. The loss of electricity would also change water almost immediately. Clean water is one of those miracles so ordinary we mostly treat it as plumbing, but plumbing is only the visible end of a much larger system. Water has to be collected, filtered, treated, pumped, pressurized, stored, monitored, and delivered through networks that must stay sealed and clean. Sewage has to be carried away, treated, and released in ways that do not poison the places downstream. Stormwater has to be drained. Flood barriers have to be operated. Pumps have to keep low places dry. Without people and power, these systems would begin to fail in layers. In the first day or two, some taps might still run. Water towers and elevated tanks could provide pressure for a while. Pipes would still hold water. Gravity would still help in certain places. But as reservoirs, tanks, and pressure systems lose balance, taps would slow and stop. The water left inside buildings and pipes would stagnate. Treatment plants without operators would no longer keep water safe. Chlorine levels would fall. Filters would clog. Sensors would fail. In warm conditions, bacteria and biofilms would grow. In cold conditions, freezing would split pipes once buildings lost heat. A modern city so proud of its fountains, showers, kitchens, bathrooms, laundries, and cooling systems would discover that water is friendly only when guided. Sewage would become a serious problem very quickly, though perhaps not in the way a dramatic movie might show it. Without people, there is no new human waste entering the system, which helps. But there are still treatment plants, pumping stations, drainage networks, industrial waste streams, and stormwater systems that need management. Wastewater already in the system would move where gravity and pumps allow, then slow, back up, overflow, or sit. In some low-lying districts, sewage pumping stations would fail, allowing dirty water to rise in pipes or spill into streets, basements, rivers, and coastal areas. Treatment ponds and tanks would change chemically and biologically. Microbes would continue working because microbes are not known for respecting administrative collapse. But without controlled aeration, mixing, chemical treatment, and monitoring, the whole process would become less predictable. Underground transport systems would be among the clearest examples of the unraveling machine. Many subway systems and tunnels fight groundwater constantly. They're not dry because the earth has agreed to leave them alone. They're dry because pumps keep saying no. When those pumps stop, water begins to gather in the lowest places. At first, it might be shallow, spreading across tracks, shining under emergency lights. Then it deepens. Electrical equipment shorts and corrodes. Rats retreat upward or drown, depending on where they are. Posters peel from walls. Turnstiles rust. Escalator wells become channels. Platforms become ledges beside dark water. Stations that once handled thousands of footsteps every hour become quiet underground lakes, with signs still pointing toward exits that may themselves be blocked, flooded, or hidden behind debris. Water also attacks from above. Drains and gutters are small things, easy to ignore until they fail. In a world without maintenance, leaves, dust, bird nests, branches, plastic bags, and wind-blown debris would collect wherever water is supposed to pass. A blocked gutter can send rain down a wall. A blocked roof drain can turn a flat roof into a shallow pond. A shallow pond on a roof becomes weight. Weight becomes stress. Stress finds weakness. Water slips through seams, spreads into insulation, stains ceilings, rots wood, feeds mold, corrodes metal fasteners, and loosens materials. One blocked drain can start the slow death of a large building. It is not very cinematic, perhaps, but then again, most real destruction begins with something disappointingly small. In homes, the first days would bring quiet transformations that no one would see. The fridge stops, the The freezer thaws, ice turns to water, water drips to the floor, and food begins to decay. Humidity rises in rooms without ventilation. Houseplants dry out or, if lucky, grow wild near light. Fish tanks lose oxygen and circulation. Toilets hold still water. Washing machines sit with damp clothes that mildew. Basements begin to smell of soil, mold, fuel, and old cardboard. Attics heat and cool with the weather. Insects find openings. Spiders do rather well, as spiders often do, quietly making the best of structural uncertainty. A building left alone becomes a climate experiment. Without heating, cooling, cleaning, and airflow, its interior starts to follow the seasons more closely. In winter, pipes freeze, paint cracks, materials shrink. In summer, heat expands surfaces, adhesives soften, plastic becomes brittle under sunlight. In damp climates, mold and fungi move through organic materials. In dry climates, dust becomes the main visitor, settling on everything in a patient grey film. Sunlight fades fabrics and paper. Rubber seals crack, window frames loosen, door hinges rust or seize. A room that once felt separate from the outside becomes more and more like a sheltered pocket of the outside, and then less sheltered with every storm. The loss of refrigeration would ripple beyond kitchens. Hospitals, laboratories, pharmacies, food warehouses, seed banks, morgues, and industrial facilities all depend on controlled temperatures. Medicines spoil. Biological samples thaw. Chemicals change behavior. Stored food rots. In some places, backup generators might run for hours or days, perhaps longer if fuel supplies and automatic systems allow. But every backup system is a bridge, not a continent. It is meant to carry a facility across a temporary failure until humans arrive to fix the main problem. Without humans, backup becomes just another countdown. Nuclear power plants are often imagined as instant catastrophes in a humanless world, but the reality would vary depending on design, condition, automatic shutdown systems, backup cooling, and fuel storage. Reactors are built with safety systems meant to shut down during serious trouble, but shutting down is not the same as becoming harmless. Heat continues to be produced after shutdown, and spent fuel also requires cooling for a time. Some facilities might stabilize for a while through automatic systems. Others could face dangerous failures if cooling is lost and backup power runs out. The result would not be one simple global answer. It would be a scattered set of local risks, some contained, some severe. Earth would not erase us faster because of these sites, but it might carry their marks in soil, water, and sediment for a long time. Dams would become another slow concern. A large dam looks like strength made solid. It holds back a river and turns water into storage, power, irrigation, flood control, and drinking supply. But dams need inspection, gate operation, sediment management, spillway maintenance, and repair. In the first days, most would not fail. Many would simply continue holding water, huge and silent. But heavy rainfall, blocked spillways, mechanical failures, earthquakes, erosion, or uncontrolled water levels could eventually overwhelm some of them. Smaller dams and levees might fail earlier. When they do, the stored water would move with the kind of force that reminds every structure downstream that rivers are not truly owned. Roads, bridges, homes, farms, and low towns could be swept, buried, or rearranged. A dam failure years after humans vanish might be one of the first dramatic ways the built world gives land back to water. Levees and flood defences would also begin losing their authority. Many cities exist where water would rather be. River deltas, coastal plains, reclaimed wetlands, old marshes, low islands, and floodplains have all been made habitable through pumps, embankments, channels, gates, and constant attention. Without maintenance, the old water maps begin to reappear. A canal clogs. A pump station stops. A storm surge overtops a barrier. A river finds a weakness in an embankment. Salt water enters tunnels and basements. Fresh water spreads across roads. Wetlands reform in parking lots and industrial zones. In some places, the return of water would be quick and spectacular. In others, it would be subtle, a slow wetting of land that had been artificially dry for generations. Natural gas systems would create early hazards too. If pressure remains and leaks occur, gas can accumulate in buildings or underground spaces. Without people to smell it, report it, shut valves, or ventilate rooms, explosions and fires could happen. Some systems would shut down automatically, others might not. Fuel storage tanks at petrol stations, airports, ports, farms, and industrial sites would sit unattended. Corrosion, ground movement, flooding, fire, or vandalism by weather, which is a very persistent vandal, could release fuels into soil and water. Oil refineries and chemical plants would be particularly complex. Many have safety systems, but they also contain heat, pressure, reactive materials, and processes never meant to be left alone indefinitely. Some would shut down, some would leak, some might burn. The first days and weeks after us would probably include scattered industrial accidents, like brief flares from a machine civilization losing consciousness. Fires would change the landscape unpredictably. In cities, fires might start from electrical faults, gas leaks, lightning, or equipment failures. With no fire service, a small fire can grow until it runs out of fuel, hits a barrier, or weather stops it. In dense neighborhoods with wooden structures, dry conditions, or strong winds, entire areas could burn. In other cities built mostly of concrete, steel, brick, and glass, fires might stay more localized, gutting interiors while leaving outer frames standing. The strange result would be patchwork. One district blackened and hollow, another nearly untouched. One suburb burned after a summer lightning storm, another slowly rotting in damp shade. The planet would not erase us evenly. It would edit us in different handwriting depending on climate, materials, and chance. The end of maintenance would be especially obvious in roads. A road looks simple, but it is a layered system. Surface, base, drainage, markings, signs, bridges, culverts, shoulders, embankments, and constant repair. Without vehicles, there is less wear, which helps at first. But without clearing and drainage, water collects. Freeze and thaw open cracks. Plant seeds settle in those cracks. Roots widen them. Heat softens asphalt. Heavy rain erodes edges. Culverts clog, forcing streams over or under roads in new ways. Landslides block mountain highways. Sand drift over desert roads. Coastal roads wash away. In forests, leaf litter gathers and begins forming soil. In a few years, many smaller roads would look neglected. In a few decades, some would be difficult to identify from the ground. But in the first days, the road is still there, waiting with all its painted instructions, no longer instructing anyone. Bridges would stand quietly at first too, and many would stand for years. But bridges are promises under tension. Cables, bearings, joints, drainage systems, expansion plates, paint, protective coatings, concrete, steel, and foundations all need care. Salt is especially cruel, whether from seawater or winter road treatment. Rust begins where protection fails. Water enters concrete and reaches reinforcing steel. Freeze and thaw widen damage. Debris piles against supports during floods. A bridge can seem strong until a key part weakens enough, and then its failure may be sudden. Still, that is mostly for later. In the first days without maintenance, bridges would serve no one but wind, birds, and animals crossing cautiously over human rivers of stone and steel. Agricultural systems would begin to unravel almost immediately. Fields planted by humans would remain, but the human order behind them would be gone. Irrigation pumps would stop. Greenhouses would overheat, dry out, freeze, or become fungal worlds. Livestock feed systems would fail. Crops would grow where conditions allow, then compete with weeds, pests, disease, and wild plants. Some cultivated plants would survive and spread. Others would vanish quickly without planting, watering, pruning, harvesting, or protection. Orchards might persist longer than annual crops. Grain fields might become meadows. Rice paddies might dry, flood, or turn into wetlands depending on water flow. The neat geometry of agriculture would blur as opportunistic plants move in from field edges, hedgerows, ditches, and roadsides. And here we see something important. Human absence would not simply allow nature to return as it was before us. The world after us would be shaped by what we leave behind. Cities create heat islands, roads guide water, farms have changed soils, invasive species have travelled with us across oceans, dams have altered rivers, mines have opened wounds in rock, plastics, metals, and chemicals are scattered across land and sea. So when maintenance stops, Earth does not rewind. It continues forward from a changed starting point. The plants and animals that thrive may not be the ones that lived there before the first road or farm. The post-human world would be wild, but it would not be untouched. The first days would also silence the systems that keep modern time synchronized. Clocks would continue locally, but the shared rhythm would decay. Broadcast would stop. Mobile networks would fail as towers lose power. GPS satellites would continue orbiting for a time, still sending signals, but ground systems and devices would eventually fail. Financial markets, news feeds, weather forecasts, emergency alerts, navigation apps, and all the restless updates of modern life would end. No one would refresh a page. No one would check a notification. No one would ask why the Wi-Fi is down, which may be one of the more peaceful thoughts in this entire scenario. The planet would still have weather, but no weather reports. It would still have storms, but no names for them. In those first days, satellites would continue passing overhead. Some would stay in orbit for years. Others in lower orbits would slowly lose altitude and eventually burn in the atmosphere. But at the beginning, they would still be there, crossing above empty continents, photographing clouds, transmitting data, relaying signals into a world no longer listening. The human layer around Earth would outlast as briefly as a shell of function without audience. A satellite does not know that its images are no longer being viewed. It simply continues until fuel, drag, battery failure, radiation, or collision ends its service. The same would be true of countless machines on the ground. A lighthouse might blink until its power dies. A buoy might continue marking a channel no ship is deliberately following. A warning sign might flash on a mountain road no driver will use. A factory robot might remain frozen mid-task after the line fails. A warehouse conveyor might stop with packages halfway between places. A church clock might keep striking the hour if its mechanism still runs. These are the little ghosts of maintenance, the systems that continue briefly after the civilization that understood them has vanished. By the end of the first week, the great unraveling would not yet look like total ruin. It would look like neglect spreading at different speeds. The grid is broken or breaking. Water pressure is gone in many places. Underground spaces are dampening. Food is rotting. Animals are moving more boldly. Fires have started in some places. Flooding has begun in others. Industrial systems have shut down, leaked, burned, or simply sat waiting for corrosion. Cities still stand, but they have lost the invisible layer that made them work. This invisible layer is perhaps the most important thing to understand. When we look at a city, we see buildings, roads, bridges, parks, pipes, cables, stations, towers, and walls. But the real city is also schedules, inspections, habits, skills, repairs, decisions, and people who know what to do when a gauge reads wrong at 3 a.m. Without that human knowledge in motion, the physical city becomes stranded. It is like a grand piano left outdoors. For a while, it is still recognizably a piano. It still has strings, keys, wood, and shape. But rain does not care for music theory. Sunlight does not respect craftsmanship. Insects are not moved by the beauty of the instrument. Given enough time, the piano becomes wood, wire, rust, and shelter for small lives. So it would be with the modern world. The first days without maintenance would show that our stronger systems were never independent of us. They were extensions of us. The grid was our nervous system. The pipes were our circulation. Roads were our pathways. Servers were our memory. Pumps were our muscles holding water back. Waste systems were our digestion. Once we vanish, the body of civilization does not die in one instant, but it begins shutting down organ by organ. And while the machines fail, the older systems keep working. Rain still falls, rivers still flow downhill, seeds still travel, roots still search, fungi still digest, bacteria still multiply, insects still enter, wind still tests loose edges. Heat still expands and cold still contracts. The moon still pulls the tides. The sun still rises on streets made for rush hour and finds no rush at all. A few days after the last human moment, you could walk, in imagination, through a city that is still standing but no longer certain of itself. The shops are dark. The air is clearer. The traffic lights are out. A fountain has stopped in a public square, leaving a basin of still water where insects begin to gather. Somewhere below, a subway tunnel is filling 1 centimetre at a time. Somewhere above, a rooftop drain is blocked with leaves. Somewhere in a hospital, a final backup system has gone quiet. In a supermarket, the smell of decay has reached the doors. In a park, grass has already grown just a little taller than anyone would have allowed last week. Nothing has truly fallen yet, not in the grand sense. But everything has been released from supervision, and that is enough. The world made by humans has entered the stage where small failures begin linking together, where a stopped pump causes water, water causes rust, rust causes weakness, weakness invites collapse, collapse admits sunlight, sunlight feeds plants, plants make soil, and soil makes a place for roots. The machine is unraveling, gently in some places, violently in others, but everywhere according to the same quiet rule. What is not maintained is returned, and the return has already begun. After the first days without maintenance, the world would still be recognizably ours, but by the end of the first year, the change would become impossible to miss. Not because skyscrapers would all collapse at once, or because forests would instantly swallow every boulevard. Earth is not usually that theatrical. It works more like a patient caretaker, with no interest in keeping our arrangements. It begins at the edges. It enters where surfaces are weak. It tests cracks, seams, gutters, drains, vents, roof tiles, broken windows, soil-filled corners, and the narrow places where we thought concrete had finished the conversation. The first year would be the year of small openings becoming invitations. In the earliest weeks, seeds would begin collecting everywhere. They would arrive by wind, by water, by bird droppings, by animal fur, by the shaking loose of ornamental plants in gardens, parks, roadside planters, and office courtyards. Many would land in places where nothing useful could happen. On glass, on metal, on dry pavement, on polished stone, on rooftops too hot or too smooth to hold them. But seeds are wonderfully bad at discouragement. They do not need every landing to succeed. They only need a few. A little dust in a crack can be enough. A gutter full of wet leaves can be enough. The seam between a curb and a road can be enough. The gravel at the edge of a railway can be enough. In ordinary life, we remove these beginnings so quickly that we forget how constant they are. A weed appears in a pavement crack and someone sprays it, scrapes it, cuts it, or walks past assuming the city has the matter under control. But without us, there is no hand to interrupt the first green experiment. The seed grows. The root searches downward. The stem rises upward. A tiny plant catches the sun in a place designed for tires, shoes, and drainage. It is not dramatic. It is not loud. But it is the first signature of a changed ownership. Grass would be among the earliest visible signs in many places. Lawns would grow high. Median strips would blur. Parks would lose their clipped edges. Golf courses, Those carefully groomed landscapes where humans once spent hours persuading little white balls to go somewhere sensible would quickly become meadows, then rough grassland, then young woodland where the climate allows. Sand traps would collect leaves. Ponds would grow thick with algae, insects, reeds, and amphibians. Fairways would stop being fair. A golf course without mowing is basically a nature reserve waiting to remember itself, though the old flags might still stand for a while, marking holes no one is trying to reach. In suburban neighbourhoods, the first year would be especially clear. Suburbs are often green already, but controlled green. Lawns, hedges, flower beds, street trees, vegetable patches, garden fences, ornamental shrubs, and planted borders all sit inside a human idea of order. Once mowing and pruning stop, that order begins to soften. Grass goes to seed, hedges expand into sidewalks, climbing plants reach windows, gutters, walls, and telephone poles. Trees planted in neat rows shed leaves into drains. Roots push harder under paving stones. Fruit trees drop fruit, which feeds insects, birds, rodents, foxes, deer, raccoons, badgers, wild boar, monkeys, or whatever local opportunists are available for the feast. A quiet street becomes less like a corridor for cars and more like a long open feeding ground. Some gardens would become surprisingly important in the first year. Human beings have moved plants around the planet for food, beauty, shade, medicine, and fashion. When we vanish, those plants do not politely return to their native continents. Some die without watering or climate control. Others escape. Ivy, bamboo, brambles, vines, grasses, shrubs, and fast-growing trees can become powerful colonizers, especially where they already sit beside walls and fences. A garden is not just decoration. It is a little biological launch pad. Without human preference deciding what belongs, the plants begin deciding among themselves, which is usually a slower but more honest kind of politics. In dense cities, nature would enter through more limited routes at first, but it would still enter. Street trees would keep growing, though many would face drought, compacted soil, pollution, poor root space, and damaged drainage. Some would thrive. Others would die and become food for fungi and insects. Weeds would appear in sidewalk cracks, at the bases of buildings, along tram lines, in the edges of plazas, under benches, around lampposts, and wherever dust and organic matter could gather. Moss would spread on shaded stone and damp brick. Lichens would return to surfaces as air quality improved. Rain would wash soot and dust differently without fresh exhaust. The hard skin of the city would begin forming tiny patches of soil. Rooftops would become a hidden frontier. Many roofs are flat or nearly flat, especially on commercial buildings, apartments, schools, hospitals, and warehouses. While maintained, they shed water through drains and gutters. Once those drains clog with leaves, feathers, grit, and debris, puddles form. Puddles catch dust. Dust catches seeds. Seeds become plants. Roots enter cracks in roofing membranes. The roof begins holding more water. More water adds weight. Weight stresses beams and decking. A roof is not always designed to become a wet meadow, though one must admit it is a charming career change. In some buildings, roof failure might begin within the first year, especially where drainage is poor and storms are heavy. A small sag becomes a larger sag. A leak becomes a stain. A stain becomes rot, mold, corrosion, and eventually a hole through which the sky enters the room. Once the sky enters, the building changes rapidly. A broken window is one thing. A damaged roof is another. Rain falling directly into a structure feeds decay from above. Drywall softens. Ceiling tiles collapse. Insulation holds moisture. Wooden beams swell and rot. Metal fasteners corrode. Carpets become sponges. Mold spreads in darkness. Seeds find indoor soil made of dust, plaster, fabric, and decomposing materials. In warm, wet regions, vines and roots could enter quickly. In colder or drier places, the process would be slower, but still steady. A building with water inside becomes less like shelter and more like a shaded ravine with furniture. Windows would be another doorway. In the first year, many windows would remain intact. Glass is durable when left alone, and a sealed building can stand quietly for a long time. But cities are full of reasons for glass to break. Storms throw branches and debris. Heat stresses panes. Frames warp. Fires crack windows. Birds collide. Animals force weak openings. Freeze and thaw loosen old seals. Once a window breaks, the building begins breathing with the weather. Rain blows in. Dust enters. Insects explore. Birds may nest in upper floors. Bats may take shelter in attics or abandoned rooms. Small mammals slip through gaps. The border between indoors and outdoors, which once seemed so obvious, starts becoming a matter of degree. By the first spring after humanity vanishes, depending on where in the world we imagine ourselves, cities would begin to show a green haze. Not a forest yet, not a jungle swallowing towers overnight, but a visible roughness. The trimmed world becomes shaggy. Pavement edges grow uneven. Parks fill with tall grasses and wildflowers. Street planters overflow. Vines climb fences and low buildings. Leaves gather in drains. Saplings appear where birds drop seeds. In cracks near walls, roots find shade and moisture. Some of these young plants will die in summer heat or winter cold, but others will survive. Nature does not need a perfect success rate. It only needs repetition. Summer would bring heat, growth, smell, and insects. Without air conditioning, many buildings in warm regions would become ovens by day and damp traps by night. Food decay from the first weeks would have mostly run its course by then, leaving behind dried residues, bones, packaging, stains, and pest populations adjusting to new conditions. Flies, beetles, ants, cockroaches, moths, termites, mosquitoes, and countless other insects would find opportunities. Standing water in fountains, gutters, basements, buckets, swimming pools, blocked drains, and abandoned containers would become breeding places. Some swimming pools would turn green within weeks, then darker and more alive. Leaves, algae, insects, frogs, and small animals would transform clear blue rectangles into small urban ponds. The pool lounger beside them might still be there, slightly faded, as if waiting for someone who has taken a very long time to come back from the kitchen. In the first year, birds would be among the most visible inheritors of the city. Pigeons, crows, gulls, sparrows, starlings, swallows, owls, hawks, and many local species would adapt to the altered landscape in different ways. Some birds that depended heavily on human food waste might decline after the first abundance fades. Others would benefit from fewer vehicles, less noise, and more insects. Raptors could hunt over roads and rooftops. Swallows might nest in open buildings. Owls could occupy attics, barns, warehouses, and quiet towers. Crows, already experts in human spaces, would probably investigate everything with the calm intelligence of creatures who always suspected we were overcomplicating matters. In many regions, larger animals would begin moving into human zones more confidently. Deer are likely to become common in suburbs, parks, campuses, cemeteries, and road edges. Wild boar could root through gardens and sports fields. Coyotes, wolves, foxes, bears, leopards, monkeys, elephants, kangaroos, depending on location, would test spaces once dominated by humans. The exact cast changes by continent, but the pattern is similar. When the pressure of human presence lifts, animals expand their daily range. They are not reclaiming cities because they hold a grudge. They are following food, shelter, safety, and curiosity. The reduction in traffic would change animal behavior quickly. Roads would still be barriers, but no longer moving ones. A highway without vehicles is a wide exposed strip, dangerous in its own way, but it no longer kills by speed. Some animals would cross freely. Others might use roads as travel corridors, especially at night. Plants would also begin colonizing road edges, then cracks, then central seams. In the first year, major roads would remain very visible and mostly open, but smaller roads, driveways, and parking lots would start collecting plant life. Leaves and soil gather where curbs trap them. Seeds sprout in the organic layer. Once roots enter cracks, water follows roots, and the cycle strengthens. Parking lots would be particularly strange. They are huge, flat, heat-absorbing surfaces built for a daily ritual that no longer exists. In the first year, they would become quiet expanses of fading paint, scattered leaves, and parked vehicles. Cars would remain one of the most common human relics. Millions upon millions of them, lined along streets, packed in garages, resting in driveways, paused at intersections, abandoned on motorways, sitting in airport lots, shopping centres, factories, schools, farms, and ports. For a while, they would look almost ready to start. Then tyres deflate, batteries die, paint fades, interiors bake or freeze, rubber cracks, moisture enters, mice and insects nest inside, plants grow around the wheels. A car is a symbol of motion, but without people it becomes a little metal cave. In wetter climates, rust would begin quickly, especially where paint is scratched, salt is present, or water collects. In dry climates, cars might remain recognizable for much longer, though sunlight would damage plastics and fabrics. Some vehicles would become shelters for animals. Birds might nest in engine compartments, rodents might chew wiring, spiders would approve of the mirrors, plants would grow through wheel wells where soil collects. The roads would not be filled with moving traffic, but with thousands of small habitats shaped like human desire. The first year would also show which human structures were built with local climate in mind and which were built in defiance of it. Traditional buildings often reflect climate because they were designed before cheap energy made comfort artificial. Thick walls, shaded courtyards, pitched roofs, raised floors, natural ventilation, stone, timber, clay, and thatch all respond to local conditions. Many modern buildings depend more heavily on mechanical systems. When those systems stop, the building is exposed. A glass tower in a hot climate overheats. A poorly insulated building in a cold climate freezes. A basement in a wet place floods. A flat roof in a rainy area becomes a problem. The first year would be a kind of examination, and many structures would receive comments from the weather in red ink. Coastal cities would face especially active change. Salt air is hard on metal, concrete, and electrical systems. Storms push water into places humans try to keep dry. Without maintenance of seawalls, pumps, drains, floodgates, and barriers, low coastal areas would flood more often and recover less completely. In the first year, ordinary tides and storms could carry debris through streets, move boats, damage waterfront buildings, and leave salt water in basements and tunnels. Harbours would become chaotic. Boats left unattended would sink, break loose, collide, or drift ashore. Or some would remain tied and slowly fill with rainwater. Others would become floating debris. A marina, once a place of leisure and polished white hulls, could become a tangle of ropes, broken masts, gulls, and drifting fuel slicks. Rivers would also begin testing our control. With no one clearing blockages, fallen trees and debris could gather at bridges and culverts. Floodwater would spread where drains clog or embankments weaken. Channels engineered to keep rivers straight would begin filling with sediment, vegetation, and obstructions. In the first year, major river shifts would be limited in many places, but the beginning of the process would be visible. A river does not need to break every wall immediately. It can begin by wetting the ground behind it, undercutting a bank, filling a ditch, or pushing debris against a bridge until the next storm does more of the work. In deserts, the first year would look different. Decay would be slower where water is scarce. Wooden structures might dry rather than rot. Metal might rust more slowly. Roads might remain clear except where sand moves across them. But even deserts are not empty. Wind would abrade surfaces. Sand would collect against walls, vehicles, fences, and buildings. Flash floods, when they come, would be more destructive without cleared channels and maintained culverts. Plants adapted to dryness would enter, where cracks provide shade and occasional moisture. Human ruins in dry regions might remain sharply visible for longer, which is why some ancient desert sites still speak so clearly across time. But longer is not forever. Wind has patience too, and sand is just weather with small teeth. In tropical regions, the first year would be far more aggressive. Warmth, moisture, insects, fungi, and fast-growing plants would make abandonment visible quickly. Vines could cover walls. Roots could invade foundations and drainage systems. Wooden structures would rot. Termites would flourish. Mold would spread through interiors. Roads would green at the edges. Small trees could appear in places that were bare months before. Anyone who has seen an abandoned tropical building knows how quickly the living world can climb it, enter it, and make it seem less abandoned than occupied by something older. The first year would also reshape sound. Earlier, the silence was the absence of human noise. Now new sounds begin filling the space. Leaves moving against walls, grasshoppers in tall verges, frogs calling from flooded basements or green swimming pools, birds nesting in signs and rafters, rain dripping through roofs, branches scratching windows, animals moving through shopping centres, wind passing through broken glass. The city becomes less silent, but its sound is no longer scheduled. No traffic peak, no lunch crowd, no evening rush, no school bell. Instead, sound follows weather, daylight, breeding seasons, hunger, and shelter. The smell of the world would also shift from rot to growth. The early decay of food and trapped animals would still linger in some places, but outdoors the stronger scent would become wet leaves, soil, algae, flowers, animal musk, stagnant water, mold, and the mineral smell of rain on uncleaned stone. In buildings, the smell would vary widely. Some rooms would be dry and dusty, others damp and fungal. Some would smell of fuel, chemicals, old smoke, or sewage. A city after 1 year would not smell dead exactly. It would smell unmanaged, which is a very different thing. Human objects would still be everywhere. Clothes in wardrobes, books on shelves, toys on floors, dishes in sinks, computers on desks, bicycles locked to railings, buses parked in depots, cranes above construction sites, half-built towers wrapped in scaffolding, supermarket trolleys tipped in car parks, bins overflowing then scattered, shoes beside doors, umbrellas in stands. The human story would still be easy to read. But the first year would begin confusing that story around the edges. A vine across a doorway, a bird nest on a security camera, moss on a luxury sign, a sapling through the floor of a station concourse, rainwater in an office chair, a fox sleeping under a reception desk. These details would matter because they show the moment when our world stops being purely artifact and becomes habitat. Some places would remain strangely preserved. Dry interiors in stable buildings could look untouched after a year, except for dust. A sealed room without leaks might hold its shape almost perfectly. A desert storage facility might look as though people left yesterday. A cave, bunker, or archive with stable conditions might protect objects far longer. Earth erases by process, not by fairness. It does not treat all traces equally. A paper note on a windy street may vanish in days. A stainless steel object in a dry room may remain for generations. A plastic bottle may travel from a gutter to a river to the sea, changing form but not truly disappearing. A stone carving may outlast almost everything around it. And then there is the ocean receiving its share. Rivers and storm drains would carry loose human debris into waterways. Plastic bags, bottles, packaging, fuel residues, industrial chemicals, dead vegetation, and fragments of the built world would move downstream. Without waste management, no one would stop the flow. But without active human production, no new mass of trash would be manufactured and discarded each day. So the ocean would receive a final pulse from our abandoned systems, then begin slowly sorting it. Some materials sink, some float, some break apart. Some are eaten accidentally. Some wash ashore. Some become buried in sediment. The sea would not forget us quickly, but it would stop being fed by our daily habits. By the end of the first year, the difference between maintained land and abandoned land would be unmistakable. A city park might be waist-high in grasses. Pavement cracks would hold young plants. Some basements would be flooded. Some roofs would leak. Many windows would still shine, but others would be broken or hidden behind growth. Animals would move along roads at dawn. Fires would have scarred some districts. Storms would have damaged others. In many places, the lights would be long gone. Night would belong again to the moon, stars, insects, and eyeshine in the dark. Still, after 1 year, Earth would not have erased us, not even close. Our cities would remain visible. Our roads would still map the land. Our monuments would stand. Our houses would be full of belongings. Our machines would still be recognizable. A person from the year before, somehow returned, would understand exactly what had happened, or at least what had been lost. The first year is not the erasure of humanity. It is the end of the illusion that human order can hold itself. That may be the most important thing this stage teaches. We often think of nature as something outside the city, somewhere beyond the ring road or at the far end of a train line, in mountains, forests, oceans, deserts, and fields. But nature is not outside. It is beneath the pavement, in the air, in the rain, in the seed caught under a curb, in the fungus waiting inside a damp wall, in the bird watching the ledge, in the root pressing gently against concrete. We did not remove nature from cities. We only delayed it, trimmed it, swept it, fenced it, poisoned it, paved it, and paid people to keep it from becoming too obvious. Once that effort stops, the return begins immediately. Not with revenge, not with drama, with growth, with damp, with living things making use of empty space, with the quiet confidence of a blade of grass in a crack, which looks harmless enough until you remember that the crack is the beginning of the road becoming soil again. And as the first year closes, the empty world would be entering a new phase. The easy leftovers are nearly gone. The short-lived machines are silent. The first wave of decay has passed through kitchens, markets, and sealed rooms. The first plants have taken root, but the deeper transformation is still ahead. Because once roots have entered, once water has found its paths, once animals have learned that streets no longer belong to us, the next question is not whether nature can return. It is how far it can go when given 10 years without a single mower, repair crew, engineer, cleaner, driver, gardener, or hand to push it back. 10 years without humans would be long enough for the world to stop looking merely abandoned and start looking claimed. Not fully erased. Not yet. A decade is a blink for mountains, a short breath for forests, and barely a tap on the shoulder for stone. But for houses, roads, gardens, machines, fences, roofs, and all the smaller promises of modern life, 10 years is a serious amount of time to be left alone with rain, roots, frost, heat, insects, and animals with no respect whatsoever for property lines. By now, the first silence would have changed into something much more alive. The cities would not be quiet in the empty sense. They would be full of movement, but not our movement. Leaves would brush against windows. Branches would scrape signs. Birds would call from traffic lights and broken roofs. Insects would thicken the warm air in summer. Frogs might sound from flooded underpasses, old swimming pools, drainage ditches, and subway entrances that have become ponds. Foxes, deer, coyotes, wild boar, monkeys, raccoons, bears, or other local animals would use streets as paths, not because they understand streets, but because streets still offer easy movement through the landscape. Human beings built roads to connect our lives. 10 years later, many of those roads would be helping other lives move through the remains. The roads themselves would be changing. In the first year, they were still mostly open, their painted lines faded but readable, their surfaces cracked here and there. After 10 years, many smaller roads would be badly damaged, especially in wet or cold climates. Asphalt is tough, but it is not immortal. It expands in heat, contracts in cold, cracks under stress, and opens tiny wounds where water enters. In winter, water freezes inside those cracks and expands. In summer, heat softens the surface, seeds settle in the gaps, roots grow downward and sideways, the crack widens. More dust and dead leaves collect, more seeds arrive. A thin green line becomes a strip of grass. A strip of grass becomes a seam of soil. The road begins to split. This would be most obvious on smaller streets, driveways, pavements, car parks, and country roads. Major highways might remain visible for longer because they were built with thicker layers and wider clearances, but even they would show damage. Drainage systems would be clogged. Culverts would be blocked by branches, soil, and animal activity. Rainwater would pool in low spots. In hilly places, landslides might have covered sections. In deserts, sand could drift across lanes. In forests, leaf litter would gather year after year until a shallow layer of soil forms over the edges. A motorway that once carried thousands of vehicles a day might become a strange open ribbon through young woodland, cracked, uneven, and sprouting green from the middle. The road would still be there, but the idea of a road would be fading. Railways would follow a similar path. Steel rails are strong, but the system around them is vulnerable. Signals would be dead, overhead wires sagging or broken, stations dark, wet and invaded by plants and birds. Tracks would rust, especially in damp climates. Vegetation would grow between sleepers. Tree roots would disturb ballast. In colder regions, freeze and thaw would shift the ground. In warmer regions, vines and grasses could cover whole sections. A railway line after 10 years might still look like a railway if you stood close, but from above it would begin to resemble a long, thin clearing slowly closing from both sides. The old direction remains, but the urgency is gone. Homes would tell a more personal story. A house is one of the most emotional human structures because it is built not only to stand, but to protect ordinary life. It holds sleep, meals, arguments, birthdays, dust, socks under beds, and all the quiet clutter of being alive. 10 years after humanity vanishes, many houses would still stand. Some would look almost intact from the outside, especially in dry climates, but many would be deeply changed inside. Once a roof leaks, decay moves quickly. Ceilings sag, plaster breaks, wallpaper peels, wooden floors warp, carpets rot, mold spreads in dark rooms. Insects feed on paper, fabric, wood, and stored food residues. Mice, rats, birds, bats, squirrels, snakes, and other small animals turn cupboards, attics, garages, and wall cavities into shelter. In damp regions, homes would suffer badly. Water is the great negotiator, and it nearly always gets a better deal than the building. Gutters blocked for years would send rain down walls. Foundations would absorb moisture. Wooden frames would rot. Brickwork would stain and crack. Ivy and climbing plants would reach windows and roofs. Roots would press against drains and foundations. If a tree grows too close to a house, it can lift paving, damage pipes, and push branches through already weakened walls or windows. The front garden, once trimmed into a polite square of lawn, might now be waist-high or shoulder-high, depending on the climate. Hedges would merge with street trees. Fences would lean or vanish beneath growth. Doors would swell and jam. Letterboxes would rust. The path to the front door might disappear completely under grass, bramble, leaves, and young saplings. Inside, the objects would remain in strange arrangements. A dining table might still be there, though warped by damp. Books on shelves might be swollen, stained, eaten, or collapsed into soft blocks of paper. Clothes in wardrobes might survive in dry rooms or become nests, mold, and moth food in wet ones. Photographs could fade or stick together. Electronics would be dead, their screens dark, their batteries corroded, their circuits quietly becoming mineral problems. The home would still be recognizably human, but not hospitable. It would feel less like a place waiting for someone to return and more like a place the weather has been slowly reading. Apartment buildings would vary. Some might remain structurally sound, especially concrete or brick blocks built strongly and kept relatively dry. But others would be damaged by roof failure, broken windows, fires, flooding, or internal pipe bursts from the early years. In tall buildings, the upper floors might suffer from wind and rain, entering through broken glass, while lower floors might flood or become animal shelters. Stairwells would collect leaves and dust. Elevators would remain useless metal rooms in their shafts. Some shafts might flood. Others might become vertical traps or nesting spaces. Without working lights, ventilation, cleaning, and security, the building becomes a cliff with rooms inside. Skyscrapers would still dominate many skylines after 10 years. They would not all fall quickly. Steel and concrete towers are built to resist wind, gravity, and weather, at least for a time, but they would look different. Windows broken by storms would leave dark gaps. Some cladding might loosen. Water would enter upper floors. Plants might grow on ledges, rooftops, and interior spaces where enough light and soil gather. Birds would nest high above empty streets. If fires had burned through certain floors, black scars would mark the sides. A glass tower, once a symbol of finance or luxury or corporate importance, might become a vertical nesting site with damp carpets and trees beginning on the roof. It would still be impressive, but no longer in the way its builders intended. The return of trees would be one of the largest visible changes by the 10-year mark. In some places, especially temperate and tropical regions, young forests would already be forming where humans once kept land open. Gardens, parks, schoolyards, railway edges, abandoned lots, road verges, cemeteries, golf courses, campuses, and industrial zones would all provide starting points. The first trees would often be fast-growing species, the opportunists: birch, willow, poplar, alder, pine, maple, acacia, eucalyptus, or local pioneers depending on region and climate. These are the trees that do not wait for ideal conditions. They grow in poor soil, disturbed ground, cracks, ash, rubble, and abandoned fields. They are the first volunteers at the cleanup, though their idea of cleanup is to turn everything into woodland. In suburbs, streets might become tunnels of green. Trees planted along roads would grow freely, their branches no longer trimmed away from signs, wires, roofs, and vehicles. Saplings would appear in front gardens, drainage ditches, and pavement cracks. Brambles and shrubs would tangle around cars. Lawns would transition into rough grass, then scrub, then young woodland. In regions with enough rainfall, a 10-year-old suburb might already be difficult to navigate on foot. The houses would still be there, but many would be hidden behind leaves. Roofs would peek through branches. Street signs would be obscured. Cars would sit like sleeping animals beneath vines and fallen leaves. The old order of property boundaries would blur as plants ignore fences with complete confidence. Fences, in fact, would be among the first human boundaries to become ridiculous. Wooden fences rot, lean, and collapse. Metal fences rust, bend, or become trellises. Wire fences sag under branches and vines. Hedges grow through them. Animals dig under them, push through them, or simply go around them when gates fail. The whole human idea of dividing land into neat boxes would begin dissolving within a decade. A garden becomes part of a neighbouring garden. A yard becomes part of a park. A railway embankment becomes part of a woodland corridor. The land starts reconnecting in ways maps no longer show. Industrial sites would be some of the most damaged and dangerous places after 10 years. Factories, warehouses, refineries, power stations, mines, chemical plants, ports, and waste facilities would have entered long-term decay. Some would be burned, some flooded, some corroded, some partly collapsed. Tanks might leak, roofs might fail, containers might rust open. Stored chemicals could react, evaporate, seep into soil, or be washed into waterways. Not every site would become a disaster, but many would leave local scars. Plants would grow around and sometimes through these places, because plants are often far less fussy than we imagine. Some species can tolerate contaminated soils, others cannot. The result would be patchy: green growth over poisoned ground, bright flowers beside rusted pipes, trees rooted near broken concrete, birds nesting in beams above a floor stained by substances no one is left to name. Shopping centres would become especially strange. These were built as controlled indoor worlds, full of light, climate control, glass, polished floors, escalators, music, food courts, signs, and carefully guided movement. 10 years later, many would be dark, damp, and partially open to weather. Skylights might be broken. Roof leaks would create puddles and mossy patches. Escalators would be frozen stairways. Shops would still display goods behind dusty glass, though fabric would be faded, packaging gnawed, mannequins fallen or tilted in ways that would be unnecessarily eerie for a place that once sold trainers and phone cases. Birds might nest inside. Plants might grow where soil and light meet. In colder climates, the mall might rot slowly. In tropical climates, it could become a greenhouse of vines, insects, and mold. A food court fountain might be a pond. The directory map would still say you are beside the cinema, but the cinema would be dark, wet, and possibly full of bats, which is perhaps not the worst review a cinema has ever received. Hospitals would also stand as powerful reminders of a vanished species. After 10 years, many would be damaged but recognizable. Beds, curtains, monitors, operating rooms, waiting areas, pharmacies, and records might remain in some form, but they would no longer be places of healing. Without power, sterility, climate control, cleaning, and staff, they become buildings full of decayed plastics, rusted instruments, spoiled medicines, and rooms where the air has gone stale or damp. Nature would enter here too, with the same lack of ceremony it brings to a shed or office tower. A plant growing through the floor of a hospital corridor might seem symbolic to us, but to the plant it is simply a good patch of light. Schools would be deep into transformation, playgrounds would crack and green over. Sports fields would become meadows, climbing frames might rust. Classrooms with broken windows would hold leaves, nests, and damp books. The alphabet on the wall might fade, science models would gather dust, gymnasiums might shelter birds or larger animals. Libraries within schools would decay depending on moisture. In dry rooms, rows of books might still wait. In wet ones, knowledge would turn to pulp. After 10 years, a school would still clearly be a school, but it would no longer feel paused. It would feel folded into the landscape, softened by growth, weather, and the slow arrival of creatures who never learned to raise their hands before speaking. In the countryside, abandoned farms would change in several directions at once. Fields once planted with annual crops would no longer follow harvest cycles. Some might become grassland, some might fill with weeds and shrubs, some would begin transitioning to forest. Irrigation systems would fail, ditches would clog. Barns would rot or become animal shelters. Silos might stand for decades, tall and silent. Orchards could persist for years, dropping fruit that feeds wildlife. Though without pruning and disease control, many trees would weaken over time. Vines might overtake trellises. Grain fields would no longer be grain fields in any managed sense. The neat agricultural quilt seen from the air would begin fraying, its straight lines softened by succession, erosion, and the return of water where drainage fails. Livestock populations would have already gone through harsh changes. Animals trapped in intensive systems would mostly be gone. Those able to escape or already grazing freely might form feral populations if climate, predators, disease, and food allow. Cattle, pigs, goats, sheep, horses, chickens, and other domestic species would not all share the same fate. Pigs might do well in many environments, becoming feral and destructive, rooting through soil and spreading through forests and fields. Goats can be tough survivors, especially in rugged terrain. Horses might form herds in grasslands. Some breeds of cattle could survive in mild regions. Chickens might persist in some places, though predators would take many. Over 10 years, the human-bred world of domestic animals would be sorted by the older rules of survival. Wild predators would respond to this new availability of space and prey. Wolves, big cats, bears, crocodiles, birds of prey, snakes, foxes, coyotes, and other predators would expand where habitat and prey allow. In places where humans had suppressed them, they might return gradually from surrounding regions. Not everywhere at once, not magically, but pressure would lift. Hunting stops, traffic stops, habitat begins reconnecting. The result over 10 years would be a world less afraid of the roads, less confined by farms, and increasingly shaped by animal movement rather than human schedules. Coastal places would show strong change after a decade. Boats left in marinas would be sunk, broken, grounded, or rotting. Piers would be damaged by storms. Salt would corrode metal railings, vehicles, and waterfront structures. Seawalls without repair might begin failing in weak spots. Low tunnels and underground car parks could be flooded. Beaches might reclaim promenades where storms push sand inland. Dunes could form against abandoned buildings. Seabirds would nest in places once too busy. Salt marsh plants might spread into old industrial waterfronts. A city beside the sea is always in conversation with the sea. Without us interrupting, the sea becomes much more persuasive. In cold regions, freeze and thaw would be a major sculptor. Water entering cracks in stone, concrete, and asphalt freezes, expands, and forces the crack wider. Over 10 winters, this repeated action can do serious work. Roofs fail under snow if drainage and repairs stop. Pipes burst early and leave buildings damaged. Roads buckle, masonry loosens. In mountain towns, avalanches and landslides may block roads and damage structures. In Arctic and subarctic areas, permafrost thaw, where it is already occurring, could destabilize buildings, roads, pipelines, and foundations. The absence of humans would not stop climate processes already underway, and some of our structures were built on ground that is no longer behaving as expected. In dry regions, preservation would still be better, but not perfect. Wooden houses might remain standing longer if termites, fire, and flash floods do not claim them. Metal would rust slowly. Paper might survive indoors. Roads could remain visible for many decades. But sand, wind, heat, and sunlight would gradually strip paint, crack plastic, bury smaller structures, and scour surfaces. A desert town after 10 years might look more like a ghost settlement than a green ruin. Faded, dusty, quiet, and sharp-edged under the sun. Yet even there, after rain, plants would appear in surprising places, taking advantage of road cracks, shade beside walls, and moisture trapped near foundations. The vehicles would be much further along in decay. Tires would be flat or cracked. Paint faded. Windows broken in many cases. Interiors chewed, nested in, mildewed or bleached by sunlight. Batteries corroded. Fuel degraded. In wooded regions, cars would be swallowed by plants from below and above. In flood-prone regions, they might be moved, buried in silt, or stacked by water against obstacles. In cities, lines of parked cars would make streets harder for animals at first, then become part of the terrain. A fox might den beneath one. A tree might grow beside another until the trunk presses into the door. Moss might cover the roof. A machine designed for speed becomes a planter by accident, which is one of Earth's quieter jokes. After 10 years, one of the most interesting changes would be how quickly human meaning fades while human material remains. A sign saying entrance, exit, sail, school, hospital, airport, platform, no parking, private property, or keep off the grass still has words on it. But words require readers. Without readers, signs are just surfaces for rust, nests, moss, and weather. A red traffic light no longer means stop. A locked gate no longer means ownership if the fence around it has collapsed. A house number no longer guides anyone home. The city remains full of messages, but the conversation is over. And yet, Earth is not erasing everything equally. Stone monuments would barely notice the first decade. The pyramids, ancient temples, carved cliffs, stone circles, castles, and many old masonry structures would still stand with only surface weathering, unless damaged by earthquake, flood, vegetation, or fire. In some ways, older structures might outlast newer ones because they were built from simpler, more durable materials and do not depend on electricity, air conditioning, elevators, pumps, or complex seals. A stone wall can be neglected and remain a wall. A modern building may be a delicate agreement between glass, metal, concrete, plastics, insulation, wiring, pipes, and machines. Once the agreement fails, the building becomes many materials arguing with the weather. By the 10-year mark, satellites would still be part of the story, though less visibly from the ground. Some low-orbit satellites would have already fallen back into the atmosphere. Others would remain above, silent or failing, their signals weakening or useless. The human-made ring around Earth would be thinning slowly. On the surface, antennas, dishes, towers, and masts would stand where storms have not brought them down. Cell towers might become nesting poles. Radio stations would be silent. The digital world would be almost entirely inaccessible. Data might still physically exist in some protected drives and servers, but without power, interfaces, maintenance, and people who know how to read it, it might as well be sealed in a language without a mouth. The night sky would be darker over cities now. With most artificial light gone, stars would return to places where generations had barely seen them. The Milky Way might stretch above abandoned suburbs. Moonlight would silver the roofs of cars and the leaves in old streets. Animals active at night would move more freely. Insects would no longer be drawn in such numbers to streetlights. Migrating birds would no longer be confused by glowing towers, though some towers themselves might still pose collision risks until they fall. The darkness would not be empty. It would be ecological. Night would become night again. 10 years is still not long enough to erase humanity, but it is long enough to humble it. The strongest impression would be that our world was never as separate from nature as we imagined. It was only being held apart by effort. Stop mowing and grass returns. Stop sealing and water enters. Stop driving and roads become paths for animals. Stop repairing and roofs fail. Stop pruning and branches reach windows. Stop cleaning and dust, mold, insects, and seeds become the new occupants. The boundary between city and forest was never a wall. It was a routine. If we could drift over the planet at the end of that first decade, we would still recognize the human age everywhere. Highways, airports, ports, dams, cities, mines, fields, suburbs, towers, bridges, landfills, industrial scars. The pattern would remain. But the texture would be changing. The lines would be softer, the empty spaces greener, the low places wetter, the buildings darker and more broken, the roads split by roots, the homes opened by weather. The first young forests rising in the places where we once insisted the land stay flat, trimmed, paved, profitable, and convenient. And this is where the slow scale of the question begins to widen. After 10 years, Earth has not erased us. It has only begun to cover our handwriting with new growth. The ink is still there beneath the leaves. The paper is still visible in patches. But the next stage belongs to deeper roots, heavier storms, larger animals, longer decay, and the steady weakening of structures that once seemed permanent because no single human life was long enough to watch them fail. A decade shows the cracks. A century begins to show what those cracks can become. 100 years without humans would be long enough for many places to become difficult to recognize from the ground. Not impossible, not completely erased, but deeply changed. The first year showed nature entering through cracks. 10 years showed roads splitting and homes beginning to rot. A century would show what happens when those small openings are allowed to become systems. Roots become trunks. Grassland becomes scrub. Scrub becomes young forest. Flooded basements become ponds. Roads become shaded corridors. Houses become shells. Cities become ruins, not in the clean romantic way of paintings and postcards, but in the practical, uneven, weather-stained way of materials losing their jobs. By this point, the world would no longer feel recently abandoned. The interrupted feeling would be gone from many places. A chair left behind in a kitchen might still exist in a dry house, but in a damp region it would likely be collapsed, rotted, eaten, or buried beneath fallen plaster and leaves. A car in a street might still have the shape of a car, but it would be rusted, cracked, flattened in places by branches, filled with soil, or hidden beneath vines. A school might still have walls, but the playground would be a small woodland or meadow. A shopping centre might still have its broad outer shape, but the roof would be damaged, the interior open to weather, and trees might be growing where people once walked, under artificial lighting with paper cups of coffee and mild confusion about where they parked. A century is a long time for anything made of wood. In wet climates, wooden houses, fences, sheds, barns, decks, porches, and interior structures would be badly decayed or gone unless protected by unusual dryness or strong design. Wood is a wonderful material when cared for. It can flex, breathe, insulate, and hold warmth in a way stone and steel never quite manage. But wood is also food. Fungi know this. Termites know this. Beetles know this. Bacteria know this. Rain knows where to send the invitation. Without paint, sealant, roof repair, drainage, ventilation, and pest control, wood returns to the living cycle fairly quickly. A wooden home after 100 years in a damp forested region might be a pile of softened beams, mossy boards, broken roofing, and young trees growing through the rooms. The house would not have vanished in an instant. It would have been eaten slowly, which is how nature does a surprising amount of its paperwork. Brick, stone, and concrete buildings would fare better, but not perfectly. Many would still stand, especially if they had good foundations, thick walls, and were not damaged by flooding, earthquake, landslide, fire, or roof collapse. But most would be open to the sky in places. Roofs are often the weak point. Once the roof fails, rain enters, and a building begins decaying from inside as well as outside. Floors collapse, internal walls soften or crack, plants grow in the damp debris, roots pry into joints, freeze and thaw loosen masonry. In warmer places, vines and trees press into openings. In cities that receive regular rainfall, 100 years without maintenance would turn many ordinary buildings into roofless shells, with trees growing in courtyards, stairwells, and upper floors where enough material has collected to support roots. Skyscrapers would present a more complicated picture. Some would still stand, at least in outline. Tall buildings are engineered for strong winds and heavy loads, but they are also deeply dependent on maintenance. Water entering through broken windows and damaged roofs would corrode steel, weaken floors, and damage connections. Fire damage from earlier decades might have compromised some structures. Facades could fall away. Interior walls and ceilings would collapse. Elevator shafts might be flooded, rusted, or blocked by debris. Plants might grow on roofs and in upper floors where soil accumulates from dust, leaves, bird nests, and decayed interior materials. From a distance, a city skyline might still exist after a century, but it would be jagged, broken, dark, and green in unexpected places. Some towers would have fallen, others would lean or stand hollow. Birds would nest in them. Trees might grow on ledges. A building once filled with offices, lights, meetings, and elevator music would become a cliff face with paperwork in its sediment. In many cities, the streets would be far harder to follow. Major roads would still be visible from above as long shapes in the landscape, but on foot they might be broken, blocked, and narrowed by growth. In temperate regions, trees would arch over streets, creating shaded tunnels. Roots would lift asphalt into ridges and plates. Potholes would become soil pockets. Drainage ditches would become strips of wet vegetation. Sidewalks would crack and disappear under leaf litter. Smaller residential streets might be almost completely hidden beneath a century of plants, fallen branches, and soil formation. The old straight lines of the city would remain underneath, but the surface would be more like woodland floor than road. Highways would last longer as visible scars, partly because they're wide, heavily built, and cleared through the landscape. But even highways would be broken into sections. Bridges along them might have failed. Tunnels might be flooded or collapsed at the entrances. Landslides, fallen trees, sand, flood deposits, and plant growth would interrupt the route. In dry regions, highways could remain sharp and recognizable for many centuries, though cracked and partly buried. In wetter regions, they would be long clearings slowly closing from both sides. Some animals might still use them, especially where the open space offers easy travel or hunting. A road built for speed becomes a path built by accident. It no longer belongs to engines. It belongs to hooves, paws, claws, seeds, runoff, and shade. Bridges would be one of the major losses by the century mark. Not all of them, of course. Some stone bridges could endure far longer. Some concrete and steel bridges might remain standing if protected from severe corrosion and floods. But many modern bridges depend on regular inspection, repainting, bearing replacement drainage, joint maintenance, and repairs to cracks and reinforcement. Rust would weaken steel. Water would enter concrete and corrode rebar. Flood debris would batter supports. Rivers would undercut foundations. In cold climates, freeze and thaw would widen every flaw. A bridge might stand for decades looking fairly strong, then fail during a flood or after one support gives way. By 100 years, many smaller bridges would be down. Some larger ones would remain as broken spans, with one side collapsed into the river and the other still reaching outward, like a sentence that forgot how to end. The loss of bridges would reconnect and divide landscapes in new ways. Human roads were built to ignore rivers, valleys, wetlands, and ravines. Remove the bridges, and the old obstacles return. Animals would cross where they can, not where our maps once preferred. Rivers would become stronger boundaries again. Floodplains would spread into low places. A city split by a river might become two different ruins, each with its own pattern of plants and animals. The water below would carry fragments of concrete, rust, soil, leaves, and whatever loose human material still washes in from the banks. Dams would be among the most dramatic questions at this scale. Some dams might still stand after a century, especially large, well-built structures in stable conditions. Others would have failed earlier. Sediment would build behind them. Spillways could clog or erode. Gates that once controlled water flow would rust, jam, or remain fixed in their last position. Without operators, reservoirs would rise and fall according to weather, inflow, evaporation, and the condition of the dam. A major dam failure would send a destructive flood downstream, tearing through abandoned settlements, bridges, roads, forests, and fields. In other cases, a dam might simply leak, weaken, or become partly bypassed as water finds new paths around it. The rivers of the world would spend centuries renegotiating the interruptions we placed in them. Where dams fail, the landscape downstream would be rearranged quickly. Sediment trapped for decades could surge into river valleys. Old river channels might fill, shift, or braid. Reservoir beds exposed after failure could become muddy plains, then wetlands, then forests or grasslands, depending on climate. Fish migration routes might reopen in some regions. Flood pulses might restore wetlands that had been starved of sediment. But the process would not be a simple return to a pre-human state. The sediment behind dams contains human air chemicals, metals, nutrients, and debris. The river would recover in its own way, but it would carry memory in the mud. coastal cities after a century would be especially altered. Saltwater, storms, tides, and sea level changes would have done heavy work. Low-lying districts would flood repeatedly, and many would not dry completely. Underground tunnels near coasts would be full of water. Subway systems in places like New York, London, Shanghai, Mumbai, or other coastal and river cities would likely become submerged networks, partly collapsed and filled with silt, salt, fresh water, oil residues, metal, and the remains of platforms and trains. Streets near waterfronts might become tidal channels. Buildings closest to the sea would be undermined, corroded, broken by storm waves, or filled with sand and debris. Salt marsh plants, mangroves in suitable climates, reeds, dune grasses, and coastal scrub would move into places once held open by pavement and pumps. A century without humans would allow many wetlands to return where drainage systems fail. This would be one of the most important ecological changes. Humans have spent centuries draining marshes, straightening rivers, drying floodplains, and pumping lowlands. Without maintenance, water would begin reclaiming some of those spaces. Former farmland could become marsh. Suburban basins could become ponds. Industrial lowlands could become contaminated wetlands full of reeds, birds, insects, amphibians, and mud. Roads crossing these wet places would sink, crack, and disappear under vegetation. Houses built in low areas would rot faster. Insects would thrive. Birds would arrive. Frogs would become loud citizens of places once ruled by lawnmowers and estate agents. Forests would be far more developed now. In suitable climates, the young trees of the 10-year mark would have grown into serious stands. A 100-year-old forest is not ancient, but it is substantial. Trees would shade out many grasses and shrubs. Leaf litter would build soil. Fallen branches and trunks would create habitat. Fungi would thread through the ground. Birds, insects, mammals, and reptiles would use the layered structure. In suburbs, a house might be hidden entirely behind tree trunks and undergrowth. In parks and cemeteries, the old paths would be barely visible. Some city squares might become groves. Courtyards might hold mature trees. Railway lines might become wooded corridors stretching across regions. The green return would not be evenly beautiful. It would include invasive species, disease, overcrowding, fire risk, and competition. But it would be unmistakably alive. The species that dominate these forests would depend heavily on what humans left behind. Many cities are planted with non-native trees. Gardens are full of ornamental species. Roadsides and railways often host hardy weeds from around the world. After a century, the post-human forest would be a mixture of native return and human-introduced surprise. Some invasive plants would spread aggressively. Others would fade without disturbance. Some animals introduced by humans would establish themselves. Others would vanish. The world would not simply press a reset button. It would grow from the messy biological library we left open. Large animals would likely be more common in many regions by now, though this would vary widely. Without hunting, traffic, agriculture, and urban expansion, many wild populations would expand if habitat and food allow. Deer, wild boar, wolves, bears, big cats, elephants, bison, kangaroos, antelope, monkeys, and many other animals would move through territories once divided by human activity. In some places, former farmland would support grazing animals. In others, forest would reduce open grassland species and favor woodland species. Predators would follow prey. Scavengers would follow both. The balance would not be peaceful in the storybook sense. It would be ecological, full of eating, breeding, disease, competition, and adaptation. Nature returning does not mean every creature has a lovely afternoon. It means the rules are no longer written by us. Domestic animals that survived and became feral would have become part of the new systems. Feral pigs could reshape forests and fields by rooting through soil. Goats might strip vegetation in dry or rocky regions. Horses could maintain open grassland in some places. Cats might continue affecting bird and small mammal populations, especially on islands and in isolated ecosystems. Dogs, depending on region, might persist as feral packs or merge into broader predator communities through decline, competition, or interbreeding with wild relatives where possible. Chickens, cattle, sheep, and other livestock would have survived only where climate, predators, disease, and food allowed. Human breeding created many animals not well suited for independence. A century would be long enough for survival to become selective in the blunt old way. The oceans would also be changing. With industrial fishing gone, many fish populations could recover, though not all equally and not instantly. Coral reefs would still face the consequences of warming, acidification, and previous damage. Some marine ecosystems might rebound strongly without fishing pressure, shipping noise, and pollution from active industry. Whales might move through quieter seas. Seabird colonies might expand where nesting sites are safe, but plastics, chemical pollutants, abandoned fishing gear, sunken vessels, and altered coastlines would remain. The ocean is vast, but it is not a magic cleaning bucket. It dilutes, buries, breaks, transports, and transforms. Some traces of us would keep drifting for many human lifetimes, even without humans left to count them. In the ruins, plastic would become one of the most persistent everyday materials. A century of sunlight, heat, cold, abrasion, and biological action would break many plastics into smaller pieces. Bags would shred, bottles would crack, packaging would fragment, synthetic fabrics would fray, foam would crumble, but much of it would not truly disappear. It would become particles in soil, sediment, rivers, lakes, beaches, and animal bodies. A plastic chair might no longer look like a chair. A toy might fade and break. A toothbrush might become a strange little durable relic in a layer of dirt. The shapes may vanish, but the material story continues. Earth can bury plastic. It can grind it. It can move it. But for many forms, complete disappearance takes much longer than a century. Concrete would remain one of our most visible signatures. It cracks, stains, and weakens, but it is abundant and often massive. After 100 years, concrete buildings, foundations, roads, tunnels, dams, seawalls, and bridges would still mark the land in many places. Plants can grow over it and through it. Water can break it apart. Steel inside it can rust and expand, causing chunks to split away. But a concrete foundation buried beneath a young forest might last far longer than the house that once stood on it. Future trees could grow around it. Roots could follow its edges. Soil could form above it. The surface world might look wild while a hard geometric ghost remains underneath. Landfills would be major hidden monuments. Covered and unmanaged, some would erode, slump, burn, leak, or be exposed by floods and storms. Others would become hills covered in grass, shrubs, and trees. Inside them, the decay would be slow and uneven. Organic waste might break down under low oxygen conditions, producing gases for a time. Metals corrode. Paper may persist surprisingly long in dry-sealed layers. Plastics remain. Glass remains. Ceramics remain. Bones remain. A landfill after a century might look like a green mound, but inside it would be a compressed archive of consumption. If there is anything like a time capsule of ordinary human life, it may not be our museums, it may be our rubbish. Some monuments would still stand almost proudly, though the world around them would be changed. The pyramids would remain. Mount Rushmore, if not heavily weathered or damaged, would still show carved faces, though the political meaning would be gone with the people who argued about it. Stonehenge would still stand in some form, surrounded by wilder grassland. Ancient temples, stone walls, Roman roads, medieval castles, and carved stone structures might outlast many modern buildings. This would create an odd reversal. The distant past might remain more legible than the recent past. A stone monument built thousands of years before us could still stand while a 21st century shopping mall collapses into a damp tangle of steel, weeds, and broken glass. Simpler materials sometimes have better manners around time. Nuclear sites, chemical plants, mines, and industrial waste areas would remain concerning. After a century, some radioactive materials would be far less dangerous than before, while others would remain hazardous for much longer. Contaminants from mining, smelting, manufacturing, and waste storage could affect soils and waterways. Tailings dams might fail, mine pits might fill with acidic water, quarries might become lakes. Open pit mines would be among the largest visible scars from the air, though plants and water would soften their edges over time. Some would look like strange new cliffs and basins in the landscape. Earth would begin to reclaim them, but it would not pretend they were natural. The climate would still be responding to human activity. Even after a century without further emissions from us, the greenhouse gases already released would continue influencing temperature, ice, sea level, weather patterns, and ecosystems. Some pollutants would have declined quickly after our disappearance. Others would persist. Carbon dioxide would remain part of the long story. Forestry growth could absorb some carbon, especially as abandoned farmland and cities green over, but the climate system is large and slow. The post-human Earth of a century later would be quieter and less polluted in some ways, but it would still be living through consequences set in motion before the silence. If one could walk through a 100-year-old city ruin, the experience would be less like walking through an empty city and more like walking through a forest that has swallowed architecture. In a temperate region, the route might begin on what was once a highway, now cracked and partly shaded by trees. Old cars sit low in the soil, their roofs mossy, their windows gone. A sign hangs at an angle unreadable under lichen. The road narrows where saplings have grown from both sides. Ahead, buildings rise behind leaves. Some still have walls and windows. Others are open frames. A tree grows from the third floor of an office block, its roots fed by decades of wet debris. Birds move in and out of broken rooms. A fox watches from a doorway. Rainwater drips somewhere inside a department store. The escalator is covered in moss and leaf litter, now just a staircase with a mechanical memory. In the old residential streets, houses appear and disappear behind trunks. Some have collapsed roofs. Some are piles of brick and tile under bramble. Some still stand with dark windows and trees pressing against the walls. Gardens have merged into woodland. The difference between public and private land has vanished. Kitchen tiles may still be visible under leaves. A bathtub might hold rainwater and mosquito larvae. A metal bed frame might rust in a room where ferns now grow. The human intimacy of the place would still be there in fragments, but no longer dominant. The forest is not visiting the neighborhood. The neighborhood is inside the forest. The city center would still have the strongest remains. Large concrete buildings, stone facades, underground structures, foundations, tunnels, rusting rail lines, the bones of towers. But even there, green life would fill the gaps. Trees in plazas, shrubs in stairwells, moss on statues, vines over signs, birds nesting in the letters of old corporate names. The air would be different too. Cooler under trees in summer, damp in shaded streets, full of pollen, spores, insects, and the smell of leaf litter rather than exhaust. The city has not been erased, but its function has been replaced. It is now a rocky habitat, a set of artificial cliffs, caves, ponds, clearings, and mineral surfaces. A century without us would make one lesson very clear. Earth does not need to destroy human things to move beyond them. It can use them. A tunnel becomes a watercourse. A tower becomes a nesting cliff. A house becomes shelter, then soil. A road becomes an animal path, then a root bed. A swimming pool becomes a pond. A landfill becomes a hill. A stadium becomes an open bowl where grasses grow and animals graze. A church, mosque, temple, office, cinema, or station becomes a structure in the landscape, stripped of its human meaning but not useless. Nature is very good at reassigning space. Still, our traces would remain everywhere. From the air, the outlines of cities would still be visible. The geometry of streets would persist beneath trees. The shapes of airports, ports, mines, dams, reservoirs, railways, and industrial zones would mark the land. In dry regions, even more would remain visible. In cold or wet regions, some structures would be gone, but foundations and underground spaces would persist. A century is enough to turn cities into ruins beneath green life, but not enough to erase the human age from Earth's surface. The world at this point would be both familiar and unfamiliar. It would no longer be waiting for us. That waiting feeling belongs to the first years, when chairs are still upright and signs still look useful. After 100 years, the planet has moved on in practical terms. Trees do not grow as placeholders. Animals do not nest as a temporary measure. Rivers do not flood streets while expecting road crews to arrive. The living world would be fully engaged in using what remains, and yet beneath the forest floor, under the roots and fallen leaves, the hard parts of us would still be there. Concrete slabs, rusted pipes, ceramic tiles, glass fragments, plastic particles, buried wires, subway tunnels, mine shafts, foundations, bones of buildings, polluted soils, altered riverbeds, landfills, monuments, chemical signatures. 100 years would cover the human world with life, but it would not finish the erasure. It would simply hide much of the evidence under green, water, rust, and soil. The next scale is harder for us to feel, because it moves beyond the length of anyone's life, and beyond even the memory of grandchildren. 1,000 years is long enough for many of our strongest structures to fail, for forests to mature and change, for coastlines to shift, for languages to have no living mouths, for cities to become more like landforms than settlements. After a century, the ruins still speak clearly if someone is there to listen. After 1,000 years, the voice becomes quieter, buried deeper, and the question changes again. Not what has nature covered, but what can still remain when even the ruins have begun turning into geology. 1,000 years after humans vanish, the world would no longer look like an abandoned version of our time. It would look like a different Earth that had inherited our materials. The cities would not simply be empty. Many would be buried, broken, flooded, forested, eroded, burned, collapsed, or turned into uneven ground. The clean outlines of streets would be gone in many places, though they might still be visible from above as faint lines in vegetation, soil, drainage, or the strange geometry of older foundations. The world would still carry us, but not as a living presence, more like a layer, a disturbance, a hard seam in the softer body of the planet. 1,000 years sounds enormous from inside a human life. It is longer than most nations last in the same form. It is longer than many languages remain recognizable. It is long enough for cities to rise, fall, be forgotten, and be found again by archaeologists with brushes and patient knees. But for Earth, it is still quite brief. A glacier may barely have shifted its plans. A mountain may have lost only a little dust. A river may have changed course several times in a floodplain, or hardly at all through stone. So this stage is a strange middle ground. The soft parts of us would be mostly gone. The maintained world would have failed. But the durable parts, the stone, concrete, metal, plastic, glass, ceramics, mine scars, buried waste and chemical fingerprints would still be speaking. The forests in many regions would now be mature, not ancient, but complex. The first pioneer trees that took over roads and gardens a century after us may have died, fallen and fed a second generation. In a temperate suburb, the old street grid might be hidden beneath trunks, leaf litter, roots, fungi, and animal trails. The houses would mostly be gone as homes. Wooden ones would have collapsed long ago in wet climates. Brick and concrete ones might remain as low walls, foundation lines, stair fragments, chimneys, cellars, and piles of tile and masonry beneath moss. In some places, a doorway might still stand with no house around it, like a question the forest no longer cares to answer. A fireplace might remain under a tree. A tiled bathroom floor might lie a little below the soil, cracked by roots. A garden path might be found only because flowers planted a millennium earlier still bloom in a patch where they do not quite belong. That last detail matters. Plants can be historical evidence. Long after the gardener is gone, a pear tree, a patch of daffodils, a line of old hedging, a stand of bamboo, or a cluster of non-native shrubs might mark where people once lived. Some cultivated plants would have disappeared quickly. Others would have adapted, spread, hybridized, or become part of the wild plant community. 1,000 years later, the descendants of garden plants might still grow around the ruins of houses, not because they remember us, of course, but because biology has a practical sort of memory. It remembers through seeds, roots, and survival. In tropical places, the transformation would be even more complete above ground. Dense vegetation would cover many structures. Roots would have cracked walls, pulled apart pavements, and entered roofs and floors until buildings became supports for trees rather than barriers against them. Whole streets might be impassable layers of trunks, vines, insects, birds, and damp air. If you could stand inside what was once a financial district in a tropical city, 1,000 years after people vanished, you might not see a street at all. You might see forest, broken stone, the remains of towers rising through leaves, and perhaps the dark openings of lower floors where animals shelter from heat and rain. The old city would still be there, but the city would now be a landform inside an ecosystem. In dry regions, the human world might remain sharper, deserts preserved differently. Without much rain, wooden beams can last longer, paper can survive in sheltered places, and roads may remain visible for many centuries. A dry city after 1,000 years might resemble a vast ruin rather than a forested hill. Walls could stand roofless under the sun. Streets might be partly buried by sand. Cars might be reduced to rusted frames and faded glass, but some shapes could persist. Plastic might be brittle, cracked, and fragmented, scattered into sand and dust. Paint would be gone or faint. Metal would corrode more slowly unless salts, rare rains, or buried moisture reached it. In deserts, earth erases by wind, heat, salt, sand, and occasional violence from floodwater. It is slower in some ways, but no less committed. Stone would be one of the great survivors. Ancient stone structures that had already lasted for thousands of years before our disappearance could still remain. The pyramids, stone temples, carved monuments, old fortresses, megaliths, and thick masonry works would continue to outlast much of the modern world. Their edges would soften, blocks would shift, sand, roots, frost, salt, and rain would damage them. But many would still be recognizable. This creates a strange picture. A visitor to Earth 1,000 years after us might find that some of the oldest human-made things are easier to identify than many things built in the last 2 centuries. The ancient world built slowly with stone. The modern world built quickly with systems. Systems die when maintenance stops. Stone is less needy. Steel would have a more difficult fate. Steel is strong, but it has an old enemy in oxygen and water. Rust is not just a stain, it is transformation. Given enough moisture, steel returns chemically toward a more stable state. Bridges, towers, cars, rail lines, pipelines, ships, cranes, and reinforcements inside concrete would all be vulnerable. In wet climates, exposed steel structures would be heavily corroded after 1,000 years. Many collapsed or reduced to rust-rich fragments. Skyscrapers that depended on steel frames might have fallen long before, especially after fire, corrosion, foundation movement, and repeated storms. Some tall buildings might still leave massive piles of debris, elevator shafts, foundations, basements, and steel remnants buried in the forest floor. The skyline would be gone in many cities, replaced by uneven wooded hills of rubble where towers once stood. Reinforced concrete would fail in a different way. Concrete itself can be durable, especially when massive, but the steel reinforcement inside it can corrode when water and salts enter. As steel rusts, it expands, cracking the surrounding concrete from within. This process would break apart bridges, parking garages, towers, balconies, roads, and many modern structures. 1,000 years later, much of our reinforced concrete would be fractured, collapsed, or buried, but it would not vanish. Chunks of concrete would remain in soil and riverbeds. Foundations would remain. Tunnels might remain in sections. Dams, depending on their design and location, might still leave huge walls, broken spillways, or altered valleys, even if they had failed centuries earlier. Concrete is one of our largest geological signatures, and Earth would need a long time to fully grind it down. Some underground structures would last longer than those above ground, though not always in a useful form. Subway tunnels, sewers, basements, bunkers, mines, underground storage sites, and utility corridors would be flooded, collapsed, sealed by sediment, or partly preserved depending on geology and water. In many cities, underground networks would become hidden waterways and sediment traps. Over centuries, they might fill with mud, leaves, minerals, rust, bones, and debris. In some places, tunnels could collapse and create sinkholes at the surface. In others, they might remain as buried voids, strange artificial caves beneath forest or wetland. The underground city would outlast the street-level city in fragments, but it would no longer function as a city. It would be geology with corners. Glass would survive in surprising ways. Window glass would break easily when exposed, but fragments could last a long time once buried. Glass bottles, jars, lenses, screens, and ceramic materials might persist as artifacts in soils, landfills, river sediments, and ruins. They would crack, scratch, scatter, and become buried, but they are not easily digested by ordinary life. 1,000 years from now, a forest floor over an old neighborhood might contain glass shards, ceramic tiles, bits of porcelain, bricks, and metal fragments. The living surface would look natural, but below it would be a crunchy archive of kitchens, bathrooms, windows, bottles, plates, screens, and the many hard little things we made by heating minerals until they obeyed. Plastic would be one of the most complicated traces. After 1,000 years, much visible plastic would no longer look like the original object. Bags would be shredded, bottles cracked, containers brittle, synthetic fabrics frayed into fibers, foam broken into crumbs, sunlight, heat, cold, abrasion, water, and physical stress would fragment plastics into smaller and smaller pieces. Some would be buried and protected from sunlight, which can slow breakdown. Some would sink into sediments. Some would be carried to oceans, beaches, lake beds, river deltas, and deep-sea deposits. The plastic chair might be gone as a chair, but the plastic itself could remain as fragments too small to recognize by eye. Earth would erase the shape before it erases the substance. This is one of the reasons the human age might leave such a distinctive layer. Not because future observers would find perfect plastic bottles everywhere, though in some protected places they might find recognizable pieces, but because sediments would contain unusual synthetic particles, chemical additives, altered carbon, industrial metals, concrete dust, soot, fertilizer residues, and other signs of a brief global manufacturing event. We tend to imagine traces as objects, but the deepest traces may be mixtures, a layer in mud, a change in isotope ratios, a spike in certain metals, a sudden spread of chicken bones, a thin line of plastics and fly ash, a signal that says, for a geologically short time, something very busy happened here. The memory of industry would be written most clearly in places where we concentrated materials the planet rarely concentrates in that way. Mines would remain as enormous scars. Open-pit mines might become lakes, wetlands, or dry basins, depending on climate. Their terraced walls would erode, collapse, and soften, but 1,000 years is not enough to hide many of them completely. tailings piles would still exist, though reshaped by rain, wind, plants, and erosion. Some would leach metals or acidic water. Quarry faces would remain as artificial cliffs. Underground mines might collapse, flood, or release contaminated water. Earth would begin to heal the surface, but mining changes rock, drainage, chemistry, and landforms at scales that can last far beyond the society that dug them. Landfills would be even stranger. 1,000 years after us, many would have settled, eroded, burned, flooded, or become vegetated hills. From outside, some might look like ordinary rises in the land, covered by trees and grass. Inside, they would remain dense archives of human life: glass, metals, ceramics, plastics, construction waste, bones, synthetic fabrics, electronics, batteries, and countless household objects would persist in layers. Organic material would have decomposed in uneven ways depending on oxygen, moisture, and burial conditions. Some paper might survive in sealed, dry pockets. Some foods would be gone, some packaging would remain. A landfill is not a tidy museum, but in the far future it might tell more about everyday humans than our monuments do. The pyramids say we could build for kings and gods. A landfill says what we ate, wore, broke, bought, used once, and threw away because the bin was closer than wisdom. Electronic waste would leave a sharp chemical memory. Phones, computers, batteries, circuit boards, screens, wires, magnets, and devices contain metals and rare elements in combinations that are unusual in natural deposits. 1,000 years later, most devices would no longer work or even remain whole, but their materials would persist in soils, landfills, flooded basements, and sediments. Copper, lead, gold, silver, lithium, cobalt, nickel, rare earth elements, flame retardants, and other substances would mark the places where digital civilization physically existed. We called it virtual life, but it had a mineral skeleton. That skeleton would remain long after every password is meaningless. Cities after 1,000 years would often be best understood from above or below, not from within. From above, certain patterns might remain. The outline of a ring road, the rectangular grid of old streets under forest, the wide, cleared shape of an airport runway now cracked and grassy, the straight line of an old railway, the basin of a reservoir, the pale scar of a quarry, the artificial hill of a landfill. From below, the evidence would be stronger. Foundations, tunnels, pipes, buried cables, compacted layers, altered soils, debris fields, and chemical signatures. On the surface, life smooths things over. Underground, Earth stores receipts. Airports would become some of the most visible ruins for a long time. Runways are long, flat, and heavily built. After 1,000 years in wet climates, they would be cracked, partly buried, and invaded by grasses, shrubs, and trees, but their geometry might still be visible from the air. In dry climates, runway outlines could remain clearer. Terminals would be collapsed or badly damaged, but the footprint of the airport would persist. The place where people once crossed oceans in hours would become open habitat, perhaps grassland, wetland, scrub, or young forest. Birds would nest where aircraft once queued. Animals would graze near old taxiways. The control tower, if still standing in some form, would no longer control anything more than perhaps the view of a hawk. Ports would be battered by water, salt, and storms. Concrete docks might remain in broken sections. Cranes would mostly be gone or reduced to rusted remains. Containers would have corroded, collapsed, spilled, or been buried. Ships would have sunk, grounded, rusted apart, or become reefs. Harbour channels would silt up without dredging. Rivers would deliver sediment. Waves would rearrange debris. Marine life would attach to submerged metal and concrete. A port after 1,000 years might be a mix of wetland, reef, mudflat, broken seawall, and rust-rich sediment. The old global trade network would be unreadable as commerce, but very readable as disturbance. The oceans would carry some of our longest scattered traces. Microplastics would continue to circulate, settle, and enter sediments. Sunken ships would become habitats and then debris fields. Undersea cables would remain on the seafloor in places, buried or exposed, broken by currents, landslides, or biological growth. Offshore platforms would collapse, corrode, or become reefs before failing. Some pollutants would disperse, degrade, or become buried. Others would persist in food webs and sediments. Fish populations in many places might have recovered strongly without industrial fishing, though climate changes, acidification, and habitat damage would shape the result. Whales might travel through quieter seas. The sea would no longer hear engines everywhere, but it would still hold the fragments of the engine age. After 1,000 years, the atmosphere would be cleaner in many immediate ways. No fresh exhaust from billions of vehicles, no active smokestacks, no daily aviation. Many short-lived pollutants long gone, some forests regrown. But the climate would still carry the effect of greenhouse gases released before our disappearance, and the oceans and ice would still respond on long timescales. Sea level could continue changing. Coastlines could shift. Some coastal ruins would be underwater or gone. Others would sit farther inland if sediment builds or land rises in certain regions. The human absence would stop the ongoing emissions, but it would not erase the momentum already given to the Earth system. Climate is not a light switch. It is more like a very large ship turning slowly after the wheel is moved. Human bones would be rare on the open surface after 1,000 years, but not absent everywhere. Exposed remains would decay, scatter, weather, and be consumed by animals and microbes long before. Buried remains could persist, especially in dry, cold, waterlogged or mineral-rich conditions. Cemeteries would become forests, grasslands, or eroded fields. Stone markers might stand, tilt, fall, or be swallowed by roots. In wet climates, many graves would become difficult to find. In dry places, burial sites could preserve traces longer. The living human body is soft and brief, but the rituals around the body can last longer, especially when made in stone, brick, metal, or bone. 1,000 years later, cemeteries might be among the places where future archaeology, if it existed, could still clearly read that a species once cared about its dead. Language, however, would be mostly gone from function. Written words might survive on stone, metal, ceramics, and protected paper, but there would be no living reader. Signs would be fallen, faded, buried, or overgrown. Books would survive only in very favourable conditions. Digital text would be nearly inaccessible. 1,000 years without people is long enough for meaning to detach from marks. The letters remain in places, but letters are not language without a mind trained to meet them halfway. An engraved plaque might still say a name, a road sign might still point to a city, a tablet might hold millions of words in dead memory. But the world would not answer. This is perhaps one of the quieter ways Earth erases us. It does not only break objects, it breaks context. A stadium without players, crowds, rules, or memory becomes an oval ruin. A cathedral without worshippers becomes a stone habitat. A bank without money becomes a dry cave for papers and dust. A library without readers becomes organized fuel and shelter for insects, unless preserved by luck. Meaning depends on continuity, and continuity would end the moment we vanished. After 1,000 years, even the most durable objects would be drifting away from their original purposes. And still, the evidence would be enormous. Anyone capable of studying the planet carefully would know something unusual had happened. The ground would contain our layer. The ruins would still map our settlements. The chemical signals would be clear. The distribution of materials would be strange. The bones of domesticated animals, especially chickens, cattle, pigs, and pets, would tell a story of breeding and abundance. The spread of plants and animals beyond their native ranges would show global transport. The concrete, brick, steel, glass, and plastic would mark a species that changed the surface at speed. Earth would have hidden us from casual view in many places, but it would not have erased us from the record. 1,000 years after us, a city might no longer look like a city to a deer walking through it, or a tree growing above it, or a river cutting its edge. But to the land itself, the city would remain as compacted ground, rubble, altered drainage, buried pipes, unusual stones, and layers of material that do not match the older soil. Earth would be in the process of digesting civilization, but digestion is not disappearance, it is transformation. The old machine would be gone, the power grid silent, the water systems broken, the roads split, the houses collapsed, the forests mature, the animals settled into new patterns, the night sky dark, the seas quieter, the cities green, rusted, flooded, buried, and mostly voiceless. But beneath all that, the memory of industry would remain stubbornly physical. Not our thoughts, not our plans, not our dramas. The planet would not preserve the feeling of a morning commute, or the glow of a phone screen in bed, or the sound of a crowd leaving a stadium, or the comfort of a kitchen light at midnight. It would preserve stranger things: concrete dust, plastic fibers, steel corrosion, mine pits, landfill layers, radioactive traces, glass shards, chicken bones, the hard leftovers of a soft, restless species. And after 1,000 years, the question would finally begin to move out of human time and into deep time, because the surface ruins would be fading and the green world would be well established, but Earth would still carry our signature in sediments, chemistry, and buried materials. To truly ask when every trace disappears, we have to leave behind the scale of centuries and begin thinking in millions of years, where cities are not ruins anymore but possible fossils, where plastics become part of sediments, where continents shift, seas rise and fall, and the last signs of us are no longer objects at all but faint clues pressed into stone. Millions of years after humans vanish, the planet would be far beyond ruins. The cities would no longer stand as broken cities. The roads would no longer look like roads except in rare buried traces. The homes, factories, towers, stations, shops, schools, farms, and airports would have lost almost every surface shape that once made them easy to recognize. Forests would have grown, changed, burned, regrown, migrated with climate, and perhaps disappeared from some regions as conditions shifted. Rivers would have cut new channels, coasts would have moved, mountains would have shed stone grain by grain, deserts would have advanced and retreated, ice might have come and gone. The world would not look like a post-human world anymore. It would simply look like Earth. And that is where the question becomes more difficult, because after enough time, Earth does not preserve things the way a museum does. It does not keep a neat gallery of our cars, phones, buildings, shoes, roads, and bridges with little labels underneath. It breaks them, scatters them, buries them, dissolves them, compresses them, heats them, folds them, and sometimes turns them into stone. If any trace of us remains after millions of years, it would not usually be a recognizable object sitting in the open. It would be a signal, a layer, a chemical oddity, a fossil, a mineral pattern, a sudden change in sediment that says something unusual happened in a very short geological moment. To understand that, it helps to think like a geologist rather than a tourist. A tourist looks for monuments. A geologist looks for layers. The tourist asks, where is the city? The geologist asks, why is there a thin band of strange material in this rock? Why do these sediments contain unusual carbon? Why are there synthetic particles here? Why are there so many bones from one kind of bird? Why do certain metals spike all at once? Why does the pollen record suddenly show crops, weeds, and disturbed ground, then forest return? Why are there traces of combustion, fertilizer, concrete, plastics, and radioactive isotopes packed into such a narrow slice of time? That narrow slice would be our loudest legacy. Human civilization has been long from our point of view, but extremely short in Earth's history. Even 10,000 years, the whole span of farming and cities, is a blink. The industrial age is shorter still. On a geological timeline, modern humanity is not a long empire. It is more like a sharp scratch. But sharp scratches can be visible. A meteor impact can happen in a moment and leave a layer around the world. A volcanic eruption can last days or years and leave ash for millions of years. A mass extinction can leave sudden changes in fossils and chemistry. Earth may erase buildings, but it is very good at recording unusual events in mud, ice, seabeds, lake beds, cave deposits, and rock. Millions of years later, most human bodies would be gone. That sounds obvious, but it is worth saying gently. We're not built to last as bodies. Flesh decays quickly. Bones last longer, but only under the right conditions. Most bones on Earth do not fossilize. Fossilization is rare. It usually requires quick burial, the right chemistry, protection from scavengers and weather, and time for minerals to replace or preserve the original material. So despite the billions of humans alive at the moment of disappearance, future fossils of actual people might be surprisingly rare compared with the number who lived. The vast majority of us would return to soil, water, air, and other living things without leaving a fossil someone could point to and say, "There, that was one of them." But some human remains could fossilize. Burials in suitable sediments, bodies trapped in caves, bogs, deserts, volcanic ash, tar, ice, or low oxygen environments might preserve bones, teeth, hair, clothing traces, or other evidence for long periods. Teeth are especially durable. Bones buried in mineral-rich groundwater can fossilize. Cemeteries might become important fossil clusters, though many would be disturbed by roots, water, erosion, animals, and shifting soils long before millions of years passed. In some cases, mass burial sites, sealed tombs, coffins, crypts, or dry caves might preserve remains better. But future Earth would not be carpeted with human skeletons. It would hold only scattered samples, most likely buried, broken, mineralized, and separated from the lives they once carried. Our animals might leave a clearer fossil signal than our own bodies. Not wild animals alone, but the animals we raised in enormous numbers. Chickens would be one of the strangest and strongest clues. Humans bred and consumed chickens on a scale so huge that their bones are spread through landfills, farms, settlements, and food waste around the world. Future geologists might find a sudden global abundance of chicken bones, often from birds shaped by human breeding rather than natural selection. That would be a very odd thing in the fossil record. Imagine trying to understand a vanished civilization and discovering that one of its clearest signatures is a small domestic bird produced in staggering numbers. It is humbling and also faintly funny. We may dream of being remembered by monuments and moon landings, but the rocks might remember us by chicken bones. Cattle, pigs, sheep, goats, dogs, cats, horses, and other domestic animals could also leave traces. Their bones would appear in unusual concentrations near former settlements, farms, and waste sites. Their global distribution would be a clue to human transport. Species that once belonged to certain regions were carried across oceans and continents. Rats, mice, cats, dogs, livestock, crop plants, weeds, insects, and microbes moved with us. Millions of years later, the sudden rearrangement of life on Earth might be visible in fossils, genetics, and sediments. Even if a future observer never found a single human skull, they might still see that one species caused a rapid mixing of the planet's biological map. Plants would leave evidence too, especially through pollen. Pollen grains can preserve well in lake sediments, peat, and other deposits. They're tiny, durable, and good at recording vegetation change. In the human layer, future scientists might see forests decline, crops spread, weeds of disturbed land increase, and then, after humans vanish, forests return or new ecosystems form. The pollen record could show the rise of agriculture and the end of agriculture. It could show wheat, maize, rice, grasses, plantation crops, and ornamental plants appearing far outside their original ranges. It could show forests cut down and then regrowing. A field ploughed for centuries may leave no farmhouse standing, but its pollen can still whisper. People were here, planting things in rows. The chemical signals might be even stronger. Since the industrial age, humans have moved carbon from underground fossil fuels into the atmosphere and oceans. That carbon has a different isotopic fingerprint from much of the carbon already cycling near the surface. Millions of years later, sediments could preserve a change in carbon chemistry linked to fossil fuel burning. The oceans absorb carbon, plants absorb carbon, shells, soils, and sediments can record carbon changes. This would not look like a smokestack in stone. It would look like a shift in ratios, a subtle number with a very loud story behind it. There would also be nitrogen and phosphorus signals from fertilizer. Modern agriculture moved huge amounts of nutrients through soils, rivers, lakes, and coastal waters. Fertilizer runoff helped create algal blooms and oxygen pore zones in many places. Over time, sediments in lakes, estuaries, and seas could preserve signs of this nutrient surge. The rocks would not say, "A farmer spread fertilizer here on a Tuesday." They would say, for a brief period, nutrient flows changed dramatically. Life in the water responded. Chemistry shifted. Sediments recorded it. Earth does not usually remember dates the way calendars do. It remembers disturbances. Radioactive traces would be among the most unmistakable markers of the human age. Nuclear weapons testing in the 20th century spread artificial radionuclides around the globe. Nuclear accidents and waste sites added local and regional signals. Some isotopes decay quickly and would be gone after millions of years. Others last much longer, though even long-lived radioactive materials fade according to their half-lives. A future geologist might not find the full intensity of the signal after millions of years, but some nuclear markers, especially in protected sediments or waste repositories, could remain detectable for very long periods. In geological terms, the nuclear age would be an extremely thin but very strange line. Earth has natural radioactivity, of course, but the sudden spread of certain artificial isotopes would stand out like an unexpected accent in an old language. Industrial metals would leave another fingerprint. Humans dug up, concentrated, refined, transported, and dispersed metals at enormous scale. Lead, copper, mercury, aluminum, nickel, chromium, zinc, rare earth elements, and many others were moved through air, water, landfills, factories, roads, pipes, wires, batteries, electronics, paints, fuels, and waste. Some of these metals would settle in sediments, others would bind to soils or collect near industrial sites. Millions of years later, the places where we mined, smelted, built, burned, and dumped could remain as unusual geochemical zones. Earth naturally forms ore deposits, but our activity rearranged materials quickly and widely. The future rock record might show a sudden human-made redistribution of the planet's mineral pantry, and what a strange pantry it was. Concrete would be a major part of our mineral legacy. We have made so much concrete that even after buildings collapse, the material would remain in rubble, dust, buried foundations, roadbeds, dams, seawalls, and sediment. Over millions of years, much concrete would weather, dissolve, break down, or become incorporated into new sediments. But in some places, chunks of concrete and brick could become part of a future rock layer, especially where buried quickly by floods, landslides, volcanic ash, coastal sediment, or river deposits. Concrete is not natural stone, though it imitates stone with great confidence. Its chemistry, texture, and distribution could be recognizable as artificial for a very long time, especially in concentrated urban layers. Bricks, ceramics, tiles, glass, and fired materials would also persist. Firing clay changes it. Ceramics can last for thousands or millions of years if buried and protected. Ancient pottery already survives from civilizations far older than modern states. Our world is full of ceramics, bathroom tiles, dishes, toilets, insulators, bricks, pipes, and industrial materials. A future layer containing huge amounts of brick, tile, glass, and ceramic fragments would be a strong sign of built environments. The fact that a toilet bowl may outlast many books, speeches, and digital archives is not the most dignified thought, but it may be accurate. Geology is not especially interested in dignity. Plastic would continue its long, complicated afterlife. After millions of years, many plastics exposed at the surface would have broken down, weathered, oxidized, fragmented, or been consumed in small ways by emerging microbes and chemical processes. Some would be destroyed by heat, pressure, or geological transformation. But plastics buried in low oxygen sediments, landfills, seabeds, or lake beds could leave residues, carbon-rich films, microplastic particles, or chemical breakdown products. The original shapes would rarely survive. The plastic bottle would not sit perfectly in a rock layer like a polite museum specimen, though a few protected examples might last for very long periods under unusual conditions. More often, plastics would become a scattered signature. Synthetic polymers, additives, fibers, fragments, and altered organic chemistry mixed into sediments. Synthetic fibers might be especially widespread. Clothing, carpets, ropes, nets, upholstery, filters, wipes, and countless fabrics shed tiny fibers into water and air. These fibers settle in rivers, lakes, oceans, soils, and ice. Future sediments might contain a sudden appearance of synthetic threads, not woven cloth exactly, but small durable particles that do not fit the older natural record. In this sense, a fleece jacket or a piece of carpet could become part of Earth's future archives, which is a slightly odd fate for something once bought because it was on sale. Cities themselves might become fossilized in rare cases. Most would erode away before deep burial, but some urban areas could be covered quickly by sediment from river floods, volcanic eruptions, landslides, coastal subsidence, desert dunes, or rising seas. Where burial happens, foundations, basements, tunnels, roads, pipes, rubble, and objects could be preserved as a dense artificial layer. Over millions of years, pressure and mineralization could turn parts of that layer into rock. Imagine a future cliff face where an old city is visible not as standing buildings, but as a band of concrete fragments, glass, rusted metal, brick, plastic residues, bones, and dark organic matter. A city turned sideways into geology, a skyline flattened into a seam. Some places would be far more likely to preserve us than others. River deltas, lake beds, floodplains, coastal basins, caves, peatlands, deserts, volcanic regions, and deep-sea sediments can be good record keepers under the right conditions. Mountain cities might erode and scatter. Coastal cities might drown, break apart, and become marine sediment. Desert settlements might remain exposed for a long time, then be buried by sand or eroded by wind. Cities near volcanoes could be covered suddenly by ash, which is terrible for the living but sometimes excellent for preservation. Pompeii is a reminder that catastrophe can become an archive. Earth is not sentimental, but it does occasionally file things very carefully. The oceans would hold some of the longest continuous records. Seafloor sediments build slowly in many places, layer by layer. They can preserve chemical signals, microfossils, ash, dust, pollutants, and changes in ocean life. Millions of years later, the human impact on oceans might appear as shifts in carbon chemistry, microplastic residues, heavy metals, changes in plankton fossils, altered oxygen levels, and the remains of our fishing age. The sudden reduction or recovery of some marine species after human disappearance could also leave traces. Though ecosystems are complex and climate would continue shaping them, the sea would hide much of our material, but hiding in sediment is not the same as erasing. What about our monuments? A few could survive in recognizable form for very long times, especially in dry and stable environments. Massive stone structures might last millions of years as eroded shapes. The pyramids, carved cliffs, large stone monuments, deep tunnels, and mountain-scale works could remain as strange landforms if not destroyed by erosion, tectonics, quarrying by future nature, or burial. But even they would weather. Edges soften, blocks crack, sand abrades, salt crystallizes. Rain dissolves, roots enter, earthquakes shift. A monument after millions of years might not look like a monument. It might look like an oddly shaped hill, a pile of fitted stones, or a carved face almost erased into a cliff. The meaning would be gone unless someone existed to study it. Stone can preserve shape longer than many materials, but it cannot preserve interpretation by itself. Our space artifacts are a different kind of trace. Most satellites in low Earth orbit would fall back and burn up within years, decades, or centuries. Objects in higher orbits could remain much longer, perhaps millions of years in some cases, depending on orbit and disturbances. The Moon would preserve our footprints, rover tracks, equipment, and landing hardware far better than Earth would preserve most surface traces, because the Moon has no rain, wind, roots, rivers, or plate tectonics. But the topic tonight is Earth, and Earth is a much more active editor. Still, if someone looked beyond Earth, the lunar traces might remain among the clearest evidence that humans once left the planet. On Earth itself, the launch sites would be ruins, buried or eroded like other industrial places. Plate tectonics would eventually become the deepest eraser, but millions of years is only the beginning of that process. Continents move slowly. Ocean crust is created and destroyed over tens to hundreds of millions of years. Mountain belts rise and erode. Sedimentary basins are buried, heated, folded, and lifted. After a few million years, many human layers would still exist somewhere. After tens of millions, some would be deeply buried or exposed as a rock. After hundreds of millions, much would be recycled, metamorphosed, subducted, or destroyed. Earth has many kinds of erasers, and tectonics is the one with the longest arm. Even climate cycles would keep editing us. Ice ages can scrape landscapes clean, especially under thick glaciers. A future ice sheet crossing old cities would grind buildings, roads, soils, and forests into sediment. It would carry fragments away and leave them in moraines, tills, and outwash plains. In places not covered by ice, rivers, wind, and weather would continue their slower work. Rising and falling seas would bury some places and expose others. Deserts would sandblast. Tropical forests would rot and cover. Every environment has its own method. None of them are in a hurry, and none of them forget to continue. After millions of years, the human story would no longer be visible as a story on the surface. There would be no street signs to read, no glowing screens, no standing suburbs, no fresh roads, no airports waiting under clear paint, no cities full of recognizable rooms except in rare, fossilized pockets. The emotional world of humans would be gone from the planet's face. No music in the air, no conversations, no cooking smells, no children in schools, no crowded trains, no late-night kitchen lights, no one asking where the charger went, which, in the long view, may be one of civilization's most universal mysteries. But the Earth would still carry the evidence, not everywhere, not neatly, and not forever, but clearly enough in the right places. Fossils of us and our animals, pollen records of our crops, chemical shifts from fossil fuels, nutrient signals from agriculture, metals from industry, artificial radionuclides from nuclear activity, concrete, brick, glass, ceramic and plastic residues, landfill layers, mine scars, altered rivers, changed coastlines, a sudden global reshuffling of species. This would be the human signal after the human world has become unreadable as a world. And there is something oddly calming in that. We are not permanent in the way we often pretend to be. Our towers fall, our roads split, our homes rot, our machines stop, our names fade. But we are also not nothing. We have changed the planet deeply enough that the evidence would persist far beyond the last voice. Earth would erase our daily life quickly, our buildings more slowly, our largest scars more slowly still, and our chemical fingerprints perhaps slower than memory can comfortably imagine. Millions of years later, if some future intelligence studied the rocks, it might not know our lullabies or our jokes, our fears, our favourite meals, or the small kindnesses that made life bearable. It might not know that people loved certain streets, waited at certain windows, or kept old photographs in drawers. But it might see the layer. It might see that a clever, restless species once learned to burn ancient sunlight, move metals, build cities, breed animals, change rivers, light the night, and leave behind a thin, sharp mark in stone. And beyond even that, after the fossils grow rarer, after chemicals diffuse, after rocks are buried and lifted and worn down again, the final question becomes quieter. What would Earth truly remember when almost everything recognizable is gone? Not what would stand, because little would stand forever. Not what would speak, because no object speaks without a listener. But what traces would remain after the world has had all the time it needs to turn our age into a layer, and that layer into part of the planet itself. So after all those years, after the lights have gone out, after the roads have split, after the forests have crossed the old city limits without asking for a permit, after the towers have cracked, fallen, rusted, and settled into the ground, what would Earth actually remember of us? Not remember in the way we remember, of course. Earth does not sit quietly with a cup of tea, looking through old photographs and thinking, "Ah yes, humanity," always building things and then misplacing the instructions. The planet has no nostalgia. It has no scrapbook. It does not miss us. It does not resent us. It does not praise us or forgive us. Its memory is different. It remembers through layers, chemistry, buried shapes, changed rivers, altered species, sediment, stone, ice, and the slow rearrangement of matter. Earth's memory is not emotional. It is physical. And in that physical memory, humans would become both small and unmistakable. Small, because even everything we have built sits only on the thinnest skin of the planet. The deepest mines barely scratch the crust. The tallest buildings are tiny compared with mountains. Our cities, so enormous to us, are fragile crusts of material on a restless surface. A single mountain range contains more stone than all our monuments. A single ocean storm can rearrange a coastline more confidently than a committee can rearrange a meeting. In the full scale of Earth, we are brief, recent, and surface level. We are, geologically speaking, a very busy moment, but unmistakable, because that moment was unusually active. We did not simply live on Earth as quiet animals passing through forests and leaving bones in caves. We dug deeply. We burned ancient carbon. We moved metals from underground to the surface. We made concrete in staggering quantities. We changed rivers, drained wetlands, lit the night, farmed continents, transported species across oceans, filled landfills, spread plastics, tested nuclear weapons, built cities, cut forests, and left chemical fingerprints in air, soil, water, and sediment. Earth might not remember our names, but it would remember that something strange happened. If all humans vanished, the most familiar parts of us would disappear first. Voices would vanish instantly. The sound of language would end. No laughter in kitchens, no arguments at traffic lights, no songs in cars, no whispered good nights, no one reading aloud, no one explaining something badly but with confidence, which is one of our more charming habits. Speech, the thing that fills our lives so completely, would leave no direct trace unless it had been recorded in a form that survived. And even then, recordings need devices, power, formats, and listeners. Without those, the voice becomes trapped inside dead material. A song on a hard drive is not really a song anymore if nothing can play it. Digital memory would be one of the quickest great losses. This is a strange thought, because we often imagine digital things as almost permanent. We say they are in the cloud, as if they are floating somewhere light and safe above weather. But the cloud is really buildings, wires, servers, cooling systems, backup power, human technicians, software updates, replacement parts, and a lot of electricity. Without people, those systems fail. Heat damages equipment, drives corrode, batteries leak, water enters, formats become unreadable, data centers become warm, dark rooms full of carefully arranged silence. The internet, which feels endless while we are inside it, would become inaccessible very quickly. A future Earth would not preserve our online lives well. Trillions of messages, photographs, maps, videos, jokes, recipes, bank records, search histories, and unfinished documents would vanish, not because they were never real, but because they depended on a living technological ecosystem. Printed books would do better in some places and worse in others. In damp climates, most would rot, mold, swell, or be eaten. In dry caves, sealed rooms, deserts, or very cold conditions, some could last much longer. Paper is not hopeless, but it is vulnerable. Stone inscriptions, fired clay, ceramics, and metal plaques would outlast most books. Once again, the older methods might prove more durable than the modern ones. A carved name in stone can survive when a library of digital files has become unreadable dust. It is a little embarrassing for the age of high technology, but time has its preferences, and time seems to like stone. Earth would not remember our stories the way we told them. It would remember our materials. It would remember that we made a lot of certain things and placed them in unusual ways. A future geologist might find thick deposits of concrete rubble where cities stood. They might find a sudden layer rich in brick, glass, ceramic, plastic, aluminum, steel corrosion, copper wiring, and rare metals. They might find old roads as compacted bands beneath forests or sediment. They might find tunnels filled with minerals and mud. They might find landfills as strange hills packed with objects that do not belong in natural soil. They might find mine pits, quarry scars, and tailings piles, softened by erosion but still visible as unnatural rearrangements of rock. And then there would be the biological memory. Humans changed the living map of Earth. We carried animals, plants, fungi, insects, and microbes around the world, sometimes on purpose, sometimes by accident. Rats crossed oceans in ships. Plants moved in gardens, farms, cargo, and soil. Cats followed us everywhere with the quiet confidence of creatures who assumed the planet was already theirs. Crops spread far from their origins. Livestock multiplied at extraordinary scale. Invasive species entered islands, lakes, forests, and fields where they had never lived before. Even after we vanish, those movements would not simply undo themselves. Earth would inherit the ecological consequences. Some species would decline without us. Others would thrive. Some domestic animals would disappear quickly. Others would become feral and reshape ecosystems. Some crops would fade away without planting and care. Others would persist along roadsides, in abandoned orchards, in fields or in wild populations. Future ecosystems would not be the old pre-human ecosystems neatly restored. They would be new arrangements built from native species, introduced species, changed climates, altered soils, and the sudden release of land from human control. Earth would remember us in the way forests grow after farms, in the way animals spread along former roads, in the way certain plants appear where they once could not have arrived without human help. The fossil record might remember our animals more clearly than it remembers us. Chickens especially would be a remarkable clue. Their bones, spread in huge numbers through landfills, farms, settlements, and waste sites, could mark our age more strongly than many monuments. Cattle bones, pig bones, dog bones, cat bones, and other domestic remains would also appear in unusual patterns. If some future intelligence studied the sediments, it might wonder why one small bird became so abundant across the planet, at the same time as concrete, plastics, fossil fuel carbon, and industrial metals appeared. It might be a rather odd introduction to humanity, but not an inaccurate one. We were tool makers, dreamers, builders, singers, and also extremely enthusiastic producers of chicken bones. Our own fossils would be rarer than we might expect. Billions of humans have lived, but fossilization is selective. Most bodies decay and return to the cycle of life without becoming fossils. Some bones might preserve in graves, caves, dry deserts, cold ground, bogs, floods, volcanic ash, or sealed tombs. Teeth could last especially well. Cemeteries might form unusual clusters of human remains, though many would be disturbed by roots, water, erosion, and time. A future discoverer might find us, but not everywhere. Humanity would not remain as a global field of skeletons. It would remain as scattered individuals buried in the lucky and unlucky places where preservation happened. Earth would remember our chemistry more reliably than our faces. The carbon released by burning coal, oil, and gas would leave a signal. Fertilizers would leave nutrient signals. Industrial pollution would leave metals and compounds in sediments. Nuclear testing would leave artificial radioactive markers, some fading quickly, others lasting much longer. Plastics would leave particles and chemical residues. Soot and fly ash from combustion would settle into layers. The human age would appear as a sudden disturbance in Earth's systems, a quick pulse of altered air, water, soil, and life. This is perhaps the closest thing Earth has to handwriting. Not words, but patterns. A shift in carbon, a spike in metals, a layer of plastics, a change in pollen. A sudden abundance of domestic animal bones, a break in sediment where land was ploughed, built on, flooded, mined, drained, or covered in concrete. If there were no future minds to read those patterns, they would simply be part of the planet. But if anyone did read them, the message would be clear enough. Something happened here. Something learned to change the surface quickly. Something powerful, clever, careless, creative, and temporary. Our largest monuments might remain as shapes for a very long time. The pyramids could endure as eroded mountains of fitted stone. Deep tunnels, underground chambers, and carved rock structures might last far longer than steel towers. Some dams might leave altered valleys even after failing. Open pit mines might become lakes or basins that remain visible for millions of years. Landfills might become buried deposits unlike anything natural. Even after buildings collapse, foundations could persist under soil. A city may vanish from the skyline but remain underfoot as a hard, unnatural layer. The surface forgets first. The ground takes longer. Still, eventually, even these traces would fade. Rivers would grind down concrete. Plants would make soil over rubble. Glaciers, if they returned to certain regions, could scrape old cities into sediment and carry them away. Coasts would drown or erode settlements. Deserts would bury and sandblast them. Mountains would rise and wear down. Plate tectonics would carry some traces deep into Earth, bury others, lift old layers into cliffs, and recycle seafloor into the mantle. Given enough tens or hundreds of millions of years, much of our physical signature would be destroyed, transformed, or hidden beyond recognition. Earth is not only a keeper of records, it is also an editor with an enormous amount of time. So how long until every trace is gone? The honest answer is that every trace is a very high bar. A footprint disappears quickly. A wooden house may vanish in decades or centuries. A city may become a ruin within a century and a buried layer within thousands or millions of years. Plastics, metals, ceramics, and concrete residues may persist for very long times in sediments. Chemical signals could last millions of years. Some deep geological traces might last tens or even hundreds of millions of years if preserved in the right rocks. Lunar artifacts, though not on Earth, could outlast most earthly traces by far. On Earth itself, total erasure would require not just decay but geological recycling. It may take hundreds of millions of years for the planet to fully blur our signal into the background, and even then, some faint unusual layer might remain somewhere, waiting in stone. But that is the scientific answer. The more human answer is different. Earth would forget us as people almost immediately, not because we did not matter, but because the parts of us that matter most are not the parts geology preserves. The planet would not remember a mother brushing hair from a child's forehead. It would not remember the relief of coming home after a long day. It would not remember someone laughing too loudly at a bad joke, or a hand held in a hospital room, or the small ritual of making tea while rain taps the window. It would not remember birthdays, apologies, lullabies, weddings, funerals, morning routines, favourite songs, private fears, or the ordinary kindness of opening a door for someone carrying too much. Those things are real, but they are not durable in the way stone is durable, and maybe that is why the question feels so strange. We ask what Earth would remember, but we are really asking what part of us lasts. The answer is not simple. Our love does not fossilize. Our thoughts do not become rock. Our names fade unless carved into very stubborn materials. Yet our actions do leave marks. The forests we cut, the species we moved, the carbon we burned, the cities we built, the rivers we changed, the materials we made, the waste we buried, the animals we bred, the night we lit. These things become the planet's memory of us, even if they are not the memory we would choose. There is a kind of humility in that. We are neither eternal masters of Earth nor meaningless dust. We are temporary, but not invisible, brief, but not harmless, fragile, but not without consequence. The planet can outlast us easily, but it would not pass through us unchanged. We are one of the forces that shaped its recent surface, and like all forces, we leave results behind. Some beautiful, some damaging, some clever, some absurd, some as grand as a city skyline, some as small as a plastic button in a layer of mud. If all humans vanished, Earth would not become empty. It would become busy in a different way. Forests would return where they could. Grasslands would spread where trees could not. Rivers would test their banks. Wetlands would rise in old lowlands. Animals would move through streets and stations. Fungi would eat floors. Roots would split roads. Storms would open roofs. The sky would darken at night and fill with stars over places that had forgotten them. The world would continue not because we are unimportant, but because Earth has always been larger than any one species' story. And perhaps, in a calm way, that is comforting. The planet does not need our permission to heal where it can. It does not need our applause to grow. It does not need our clocks to keep turning. It does not need our maps to know where rivers go. It does not need our names for trees, winds, seasons, insects, or stones. Those things are useful to us, but the world itself continues without vocabulary. A seed falls, a root grows, a wall cracks, a bird nests, a river rises, a tower falls, a forest closes over the road. Yet while we are here, while the lights are still on, and the kettles still boil and the streets still fill each morning, we do have something Earth does not have. We can notice, we can care, we can ask what our traces mean before they become fossils. We can decide what kind of layer we leave. That may be the quiet lesson inside this whole strange thought experiment. Not that we should feel doomed, or grand, or guilty in some simple way, but that everything maintained by human hands is fragile, and everything changed by human choices has consequences. So if one day, impossibly, all humans vanished, Earth would begin its long work without hesitation. It would erase our noise first, then our power, then our order, then our buildings, then our outlines, then our surfaces, then most of our objects, and finally, over deep time, almost all of our recognizable traces. What would remain would be the hard evidence of a brief species that changed a planet and then became part of its layers. And now, here we are, not vanished at all, but present, still breathing inside time, still surrounded by walls that need repair, roads that need clearing, gardens that need trimming, rivers that need respect, and lights that glow only because someone, somewhere, keeps the system alive. Maybe outside your window there is a tree, a street, a rooftop, a passing car, a patch of grass in a crack, or just the quiet dark of the room around you. Wherever you're listening from tonight, and whatever time it is in your small corner of the world, you're still here in the brief human moment before geology takes over. If this journey through the empty future has been soothing, or curious, or gently unsettling in the right sleepy way, I would be grateful if you liked the video, subscribed, or shared this calm little place with someone else who enjoys wondering about the planet after midnight. For now, the Earth has not erased us. The doors are still opening, the water still runs, the roads still lead somewhere, the cities still glow. And you, quietly listening, are part of the living trace of humanity, warm for a little while beneath the patient stars. Sleep well, fellow traveller, wherever you are and wherever Earth carries us next.